What's up, Flaniverse? We've got another fantastic show for you today with three fantastic guests, starting with my friend Davis Mattek. Right now, he is waiting behind here, so I'm going to bring in Davis momentarily. We've got Tom Strachan from the Fantasy Sanctuary joining in an hour, and then an hour after that, we'll have Neil Farley, the data analyst, joining as well. Should go 3, maybe 4 hours of streaming, just drafting best ball teams here. Before I bring Davis in, I want to remind you, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And I did finally put a piece of content behind the paywall. So if you want to join as a member, it's $5 a month. I have an Eliminator piece of content behind the paywall. I think I have some ideas about the Eliminator that I haven't really heard discussed elsewhere. I think it's kind of simple things that people can do, mistakes people can fix to really help them get deeper into the Eliminator. So if you're interested, that is behind the paywall here in the Flaniverse. But without further ado, I am going to bring in my friend Davis Mattek. Davis, I saw you were already streaming earlier today, just nonstop. Davis never stops streaming. Of course, if you're not already subscribed to the Davis Mattek channel, what are you doing? Davis, how are you doing today?
Man, I'm doing great. The sun is shining here in the great Midwestern United States, God's country.
Not all parts of it. Not all parts of it.
Not in Minnesota?
No, we got rain. I just walked my dog just before we started because the rain is literally starting like right now.
Do Minnesotans consider themselves the Midwest?
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah,
That's
Minnesota, the Dakotas are the Midwest. I don't know if you saw, I tweeted out that the NBA championship was coming home to the Midwest. In my mind, yes. Oklahoma City was part of the Midwest. And apparently it's much more southern than I realized. Like I thought it was kind of like near St. Louis, which is, I think, where you're from, right? You're from St. Louis?
It's like a 5-hour drive from here, which again, to someone from the Midwest, you're like 5-hour drive.
Yeah.
Light work. Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah. People from Oklahoma, it probably depends where they're at in Oklahoma. Some of them might consider themselves southern. Some of them might consider, I believe technically it's neither. I believe technically Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, and Nebraska and Colorado are considered the Great Plains.
Okay.
But no one uses that anymore. There are only 4 geographic distinctions: South, East Coast, West Coast, Midwest. No one referred to themselves as a member of the Great Plains, but but the Midwest, basically, I think we all agree it's the greatest area of the country. And
absolutely. No disagreement here. I think we should all be on
reason to leave.
Real America time, as you put out Real America time for your stream earlier. I've been using East Coast time just to, make the East Coast elitists happy, because everybody understands East Coast time when I put out like the time for my streams. But yeah, I think we should all just be using Midwestern time here. All right, we are going to, in a little bit, we're going to get into BBM 30-second draft here with Davis. But Davis, you just put out a new piece of content that I wanted to discuss really quickly. If you're willing to, I mean, it's not behind the paywall on your channel, right? Like I believe it was maybe members first.
Which one?
The one about this radical draft strategy of drafting backwards.
Oh, drafting backwards. Yeah. So the way I do videos on my channel is I do live streams Monday through Friday. And then I have pre-recorded content videos for Saturday and Sunday. And honestly, frankly, it's just a time-saving measure for me. So I don't have to do anything on my computer Saturday or Sunday. I post them and just leave them sitting in the hopper. And then I figured, I did that for a couple weeks. And then I figured, well, if they're already up, I might as well make them members first. So if someone wants to watch it on a Saturday, they can't, or someone wants to watch it on a Friday, they can. So yeah, not members only, just members first.
Okay. Which, I mean, it's kind of a pretty simple like strategy of just like think about what you want to take at the end of the draft, and then kind of when you're drafting at the beginning, you have that in mind. Like if you have late round running backs that you really like, then maybe don't take running backs early. You want to save those spots for running backs. Is that kind of the gist of it? Is there anything more to this strategy of drafting backwards than just thinking about what you want later and drafting accordingly?
So I think it's really important to also consider how you want to be exposed to those players. So like if you don't want to have 50% of Jordan James, but he's the only late round running back you like, that should inform your strategy too. So I think it's helpful to think of them in buckets. So you have to say, okay, how often am I comfortable having 2 quarterbacks with the second quarterback being Jackson Dart or the second quarterback being Aaron Rodgers? And if that answer is 0% of the time, then you should be like, okay, well, I should have some Josh Allen teams. I should have some Jaden Daniels teams, right? More than I was thinking before, because I'm not comfortable with that. Meanwhile, or on the other hand, if go, I'm fine with 2 tight end teams with Juwan Johnson or Theo Johnson or Tyler Higbee being my second tight end, then you're probably going later. You're probably skipping Bowers. You're probably skipping McBride. You're probably skipping Laporta. And then the big one is obviously wide receiver. Like if there's no wide receiver that you are comfortable clicking in round 17 or round 18, then you should be obviously hammering wide receivers earlier because you don't want to be trying to make up your positional allocations with guys you think suck.
Does that lead you to any? So for me, that leads me to a lot more like zero and hero RB because there aren't a ton of late wide receivers that I'm super happy to click. Like the guys are getting are like Tutu Atwell and like a lot of wide receivers that I feel kind of iffy about later on. Whereas there are running backs who I'm not like, they're not sure things, but like you can get Miles Sanders pretty late who could end up being the Cowboys starting running back, Jarquez Hunter. There are a number of running backs late. So I think that kind of draft strategy leads me more to like zero and hero RB. Is that the same for you or are there later round wide receivers that you're comfortable clicking?
The last wide receiver that I click and I'm like, that guy is like probably going to give me points all 17 weeks is like Wandale and Thielen.
Yeah.
It's like even Slayton, who we all, everyone loves Darius Slayton. It's like, well, he sucks. Right. So what it does is it leads me a lot to hammering. Actually, what it's led to me doing is drafting a lot of Emeka Egbuka, Luther Burden, Trey Harris, Rashid Shaheed, those guys in round 9. Because it's like, well, shit, if I don't get one here, I'm looking at there is no wide receiver in the 60s who's draftable. It's like those are the guys that the market.
Jordan Addison. What are you talking about? Jordan Addison's there. Romeo Doubs is there.
Why? Sorry, this is how my
the 160s. The 160s.
The wide receiver 60s. So like.
Oh, okay. I got you.
It's I think the wide receiver 60s are like Josh Palmer, Quentin Johnston, Cedric Tillman. It's like Romeo Doubs, just the worst, most disgusting picks. And I'm like, oh, I just am not going to click Quentin Johnston. So if that is how you think, then you need to move your pocket of wide receivers up.
I weirdly sort of like Josh Palmer again this year, which I think is especially foolish because I went really in on him last year thinking he's going to be one of the top 2 receivers for Justin Herbert. And then, of course, Quentin Johnston unexpectedly kind of took that second spot from him. But now I'm like, well, the Bills don't really have a top receiver. So it's like he's moving from one good offense to another. But still, I think I'm kind of falling for Josh Palmer there a little bit again. But like you said, like I'm not going on my way to get him. So, yeah, it does feel pretty gross. So I think I am kind of led down the same path where I'm really thinking about those receivers early. All right. We're going to get into a 30-second draft here. I'm doing it on my phone as I kind of have to. Oh, and the drafting start now. So apologies if you didn't get in. We were apparently the 12th to enter this draft, and I will pull that up.
Oh, it does the location bump.
Yeah,
for
I've
you.
been having that location
so
issue.
Annoying.
Yeah. All right, where are we?
I've not talked to you since the Timberwolves got bounced from the from the NBA playoffs. How was the experience of that series for you?
It was not that fun. I mean, but it was kind of as expected. I didn't have a ton of hope for the Timberwolves in that series. I had some friends who were like, no, I think they match up well. They're going to do well. The Thunder are young. We can beat them.
They match up so bad with the Thunder. They match up so much better with the Nuggets.
Oh, I mean, everybody wanted the Nuggets. Yeah, like that was pretty clear because they beat the Nuggets like the past 6 times they played them. But yeah, I did not have high hopes for that series. I was pretty shocked in game 2. Was it game 2 where they whooped the Thunder and it was like, all right, maybe they can.
Game 3, right? Game 2.
I think you're right.
Game 2 was the Thunder whooping. Game 2 was
yes. You're right. You're right.
The Thunder whoop. Yeah.
And you're a Thunder fan, so I'm sure you're feeling good about the. I mean, the finals have not like you didn't want to split, but like I'm assuming you're still pretty confident in the Thunder.
I can't believe they lost game 1. I still can't believe it. They were leading for 47.7 minutes of the game. It's just like the most unbelievable outcome. But yeah, I mean, the Pacers hot take. I have nowhere to do NBA hot takes because I don't do NBA content anymore.
Do it here.
People are way overreacting to this run by the Pacers. They're like,
it's fun.
Bill Simmons said, and this is Bill Simmons, so take it with a grain of salt, that the Pacers are set up the best of any team in the Eastern Conference for the next like 3 years because Tatum tore his Achilles. And I'm like, dude, the Pacers are going to win like 47 games next year. They are such an aggressively average team. They just like really ran into one. Dude, if Neesmith doesn't make all those shots, The
they've
Knicks
just
probably
been
just win that
playing.
series.
I think you're underselling them as like being pretty average, because I do think like they have a core that's been together for so long. They're pretty talented. I think they're going to be able to keep the core together. So like I think you're underselling them a little bit, but also I agree with you. Like, no, I'm not betting on the Pacers to like win anything anytime soon. Like I think they're going to be a competitive Eastern Conference team that doesn't really have a great shot against the West. Probably losing to, I mean, I guess Cleveland really fell apart this year. Boston without Tatum, like they are situated well in the Eastern Conference, but yeah, I'm with you that they're not like a true threat right now.
I think
Um,
the Knicks are probably still better. I know.
oh, do you?
I like, especially if they get off of Cat's money. By the way, the last basketball reference page that I was on, I just pulled it up. Very funny. The 2014-2015 Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't even know why I had this up.
Kevin
I
Love
think
year still? Yeah, he was still there.
this was I was looking up Ricky Rubio stats.
Okay,
Is
we're on the clock, by the way.
why it was up.
Who do you like here?
I would take Jeanty, but I don't care.
All right, we can go Jeanty. After I was saying I didn't love your RB start in your stream earlier. Now, I mean, if we did that start, it would be.
What rankings do you have in here?
These are this was actually updated with the new ETR rankings today, but then made a few adjustments to the ETR rankings, and then this is just the Sidekick default rankings.
So I changed the way I do my rankings. I used to pull in leg up and ETR in like a separate tab to create a consensus, then merge that with ADP, then merge that with.
Oh, wow.
So I used to merge that with ADP and use that as a column to compare against, but I don't do that anymore. I just compare it to ADP. So I don't know as much what the ETR folks have going on.
They're with me on JJ McCarthy, which I love to see. They're fans of JJ McCarthy. I'm trying to think what else is odd about theirs. Actually, I think
Jordan they have Henry really low.
They do have Henry pretty low. Although actually, I think I probably moved Henry because I'm so out on Henry this year. So that might have been my doing, like moving. I think I moved Bowers ahead of him. They do have some. Oh, Cam Scatterby was pretty low in their rankings, like relative to leg up at least.
4th round rookie. I know. Nez and John are big on the Badge Bros. I know they're big on Scatterby. I am not really. I'm having a hard time getting there.
Yeah, prefer Jordan Mason. Too. Yeah, and yeah, he's ranked pretty highly in the Sidekick rankings. I've got like no issue. Like I take a fair amount of Scatterby. BTJ goes.
That sucks. So we either have to take AJ Brown here to avoid the RB start, or we do Henry, I think, because I don't love taking Bowers and Jeanty together.
Okay, yeah, I think that's reasonable. I just literally you made that start. No, let's do the Jeanty Henry thing. Even after I told you I hated that start when you did it on your stream earlier, I think this is my first share of Derrick Henry. So I think this is a good place to get it.
You recover better than you think from the right side of the board because the best picks at 5'6" and at 7'8", or at 3'4", and at 5'6" are wide receivers. There's not a running back you pass over there that you're like, shit, man, I really wish I would have taken
Kyron Williams.
Yeah, it's like, sure, whatever.
Even Chase Brown is like moving up to the top of the 3rd round now, right?
Yeah, you can't really get Chase Brown at 33 anymore. Yeah. He's closer to Jacobs than he is to Kyron.
Breece Hall is there. You do have Breece Hall on the side of the board. Are you not a Breece Hall guy?
No, I like Breece. Although I would like in this spot, I'd try to push him to 40 every time as opposed to taking him. I think at 33. The nutted thing which you probably can't really get anymore is you used to be able to get Rashid on this side of the board, and you can't get Rashid Rice on this side of the board anymore.
I hate it. I was doing that all the time previously. Pepperoni says, "Come on, guys, get your 8% Henry at least. Y'all are tripping. Fading Henry in 2nd round doesn't seem wise."
Derrick Henry.
Here's the thing, guys. I'm stubborn. I didn't do it last year, and now I'm like, I'm gonna double down. I'm just gonna fade the aging running back. But I do agree with you. I'm being an idiot to fade Derrick Henry on Underdog in particular. Like on DraftKings, I think it's like he's going right at the top of the 2nd round on a full PPR site. I feel like it's an actual good decision to fade him. On Underdog, I think I probably am just being stubborn.
Man. I mean, I have like 3% of him or whatever, but at least publicly, I'm just being like, I'm just not going on the record with my takes. That could be really bad. I'm just doing it very quietly.
That's smart.
Yeah. Like if
I
I
gotta stop saying it out loud.
like if Quentin Johnston has 900 yards and 10 touchdowns this year, you're not going to hear a word out of me. You're just not going to see my name in the finals. You know, that's
Right.
all. That's all there is. Yeah, because loudly being against every old running back last year, not only did I not make any money, but also just getting repeatedly dunked on by the YouTube chat was not that fun.
I mean, so we apparently have different YouTube chats, and I think part of it is like a big subset of like the people who watch my best ball streams at least came from Pete's channel, so like they're have kind of the same mindset. But like I did a stream with John Daigle last year where we took Saquon Barkley at the end of the second round, and people were like, "What the hell are you doing?" Like they were all like very anti the Saquon Barkley pick when we did take it. So it did seem like they couldn't give me too much shit because most of the chat was doing the same thing.
You're saying they're all slappies.
All slappies.
Your audience is all slappies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. Me too.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just take Mike Evans here, or McLaurin if you wanted. I mean, we could do McLaurin and Debo, or McLaurin and Jaden Daniels. If you
problem there is then you're getting really behind a receiver, right?
You're really behind a wide receiver.
Is Evans the guy then? If we're not going to do that,
I mean, I think Evans is just like straight up a better pick than McLaurin. I think I have Evans over McLaurin straight up in my rankings.
I think I probably would too. I often would take like Tet here, or even like Travis Hunter. Like take shots on the rookies. Where are you at on Jameson Williams? He's been like one of the most discussed players recently.
Man, he's like the best 4th round pick, I feel.
Oh no, he's one of my faith. I just saw Theo Greminger posting about he's like one of his favorite picks, like clearly a great pick. The coach speak is great. He was great last year, making big predictions for him, and he has been a fade for me just because I've been so in on the rookies. But probably something I need to fix somewhat because like, yeah, would I be shocked at all if he is the best of this group? No, like if he just continues. It's just tough for me to take. Like it's such a crowded team, like with Amon-Ra there, Sam Laporta, and then the offense potentially getting a little bit worse without Ben Johnson. So it's been the
offense for me. Running more plays though is not bad for JMO. Like if they're the 9th best offense in the NFL instead of the 2nd best, but it means they throw 60 more passes, that is probably good for Jameson Williams. And frankly, if JMO is as good as I think that he is, then Laporta like shouldn't really matter.
Okay.
Like Laporta could totally be. It could be one of those all-time we look back on Sam Laporta's career and we go, dude, how the hell did he score all those touchdowns as a rookie? You know what I'm saying? Like this guy was better late last year. This guy turned into Dalton Schultz, you know?
Yeah. Could happen. All right. Xavier Worthy's still there. If you want to get a Chiefs guy,
I actually think Tet is better. I think Tet is better on this team because we're so behind at wide receiver that we need to just like run into a dude who can score 13 touchdowns.
And we're just balancing like the dustiest players with the exciting young rookies.
That's how
Mike Evans, Derrick Henry.
Balance your range, Neil.
That's
a big part of any gambling exercise. Never let them know your next move.
It's a beautiful thing.
If you can minimize the sidekick like a little bit smaller and you won't have to move it.
Oh,
you
really?
You drag it over like just a smidge, and there you go. Then you can put it all the way over on the right side, and it doesn't block the board. Yeah.
Oh, that is
you have to scroll up and down on it.
Yeah.
But that's how I always have that.
Yeah, that seems better.
Up so it doesn't block the board.
I'm just like I'm just so used to it at this point, just moving it back and forth and back and forth. But yeah, this is a bit easier.
So you have YouTube memberships turned on now. Do you have ads turned on your channel?
I do have ads turned on. I'm making so little money on the ads that I'm thinking about turning them off because I'm like literally it's like cents for most videos, like not even dollars. So I don't know if it's worth it for me to have ads on. Maybe I don't have I have it on like probably the least aggressive setting would be my guess. I don't know.
I mean, it's probably just like the stream. You said the stream's going to be 4 hours,
3 or 4. Yeah.
Yeah. It would surprise me if you that should be like $20 of ads.
Okay. I would take it. If it was $20, that's probably worth it for me, but it has not been. I think I maybe need to work on it because I know that I turned on ads, but then some of my videos will show up and say that they're not monetized. So I don't know if there's like extra steps I need to go to like specifically monetize specific videos. Yeah, so I might not have it working the way I think.
So like the UFL stuff that just is not going to be just people don't care. Like same thing for me, like the basketball stuff, like no one watched those. But like an hour, a 1,000 view 3-hour video with Nez and Jacob and Tyler, like that should be $20 of ad revenue.
Oh, really? So it has not been. It's been like literally since. So I must have something wrong.
You have something messed up with your settings if that is the case.
All right.
Would be my guess. This is any wide receiver you want, really. I mean, Addison would probably be who I would click to set up McCarthy.
I'm not mad at that.
I click McCarthy. I think him and Purdy are my two most drafted quarterbacks.
Yeah, Purdy I like quite a bit. McCarthy definitely my most exposed quarterback right now, like by far. Trying to think who else I do. I've been drafting a lot more Dak lately. I think just because I've been targeting George Pickens quite a bit, so then I just end up having a spot for Dak.
I have Pickens. I have Pickens ahead of Metcalf in my rankings still.
Yeah, I think I would too if I did rankings. Like I definitely click him over Metcalf.
Yes. So I mean, come on. Why? I can't I can't make the argument. I guess maybe Rodgers will just show me that I'm wrong,
Turn back the clock. He just looked so washed last year.
I don't think he looked that bad. Like he's still obviously really accurate. He can't move at all. But they're just going to play so slow and they're going to run the clock so much. Yeah.
Yeah. He will I do have concerns about the running backs just because Rodgers likes to just throw the 1-yard touchdown instead of running it in, having somebody run it in. So there is that.
He also is like loves to check it down.
True. So that's
Rodgers
good for Jaylen Warren at least.
Because he likes to pad his completion percentage and he does not like to throw interceptions. So he checks down quite a bit. He also he Olave here, right?
You don't want to go double wash.
No, Godwin, you're right. Okay. Godwin's just buried on your ADP side.
Yeah, that's good.
Rodgers does also throw touchdowns to running backs. Aaron Jones.
True.
I want to say Aaron Jones maybe even had a 9 receiving touchdown. I got to go look this up now.
You looked that up. I'll shout out. Matt Murphy says, I don't know about ad revenue, but here's some Matt revenue. Love that. Appreciate it, Matt.
2021. That was a very good comment.
That's
2021, Aaron Jones, 6 receiving touchdowns. You could just see it in your eye. The Rodgers play. He checks out of it. Rodgers sees that the corner's going to do this. The running back runs to the pylon. Rodgers just tosses it right there. The guy just walks in. Yeah.
He was trying to do it with Braylon Allen last year. Even after, to my eye, Braylon Allen wasn't that great at catching. I felt like he was dropping pretty easy catches on the reg, and Rodgers would hit him in the hands, and he would keep going back to him. So yeah, he definitely does love to target the running backs. Don't fact check me on that. That's just based on my watching. It seemed like Braylon Allen not the best at catching the ball, and Rodgers just kept targeting him, kind of surprisingly. Are you drafting any other running backs on the Jets beyond Breece Hall this year?
I'm drafting Braylon Allen.
You are?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And on DraftKings, you could do Isaiah Davis in round 20.
Yeah. Isaiah. Yeah, that's right.
Passing down. Now, I think Breece is probably going to play a larger role even than he did last year. I don't foresee this being a 50% timeshare type situation. Breece is just better than those guys. But Braylon is I've been higher on him his whole career. I guess his whole career being 1 year. I liked him a lot more as a prospect than Karain, who is mostly who I talk about prospects with.
Oh, that's funny because I know Sack was really in on Braylon Allen. Even pre-draft, Sacrilegious was telling me oh yeah, you should take Braylon Allen, and was pretty disappointed in the landing spot. But yeah, he was really high on Braylon Allen. So I ended up drafting a good amount also.
Yeah.
But yeah, Isaiah Davis, I think I talked to Debro, was pretty in on Isaiah Davis. Like thinks that he is underrated just as a pure runner. Maybe will have a role this year. So he's somebody that I need to at least consider, like you said, on
It's just one of
DraftKings.
those really annoying things because I really liked him as a prospect from whichever directional Dakota school he was from. I don't know, remember if it was North Dakota or the South Dakota State University Jackrabbits.
Okay.
That was Isaiah Davis. And I liked him as a prospect, and it was just annoying that he went to the same team. Oh, damn. Oh, Jaden Reed. Easy.
Nice.
I don't even really like Jaden Reed that much. I like Golden more, but
pick 81. Feels
what
pretty
rankings are these that have freaking Khalil Shakir over Jaden Reed?
Did they have it? That would be, I definitely did not change that. So that would be the ETR rankings.
Man, Khalil, that'll be the guy who goes nuts this year that I have none of. I cannot get myself to click on that guy in half
Khalil
PPR.
Shakir.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it's a little bit tough. I have not clicked any either, except for in game stacks, maybe a little bit here or there. They're playing the Eagles, right? So I think I have them in some Eagles game stacks.
They are playing,
or if I have Josh Allen, obviously.
The game that Josh Allen had 50, the highest scoring Bills wide receiver was Shakir with 19.1.
Yeah, it's insane how much he can score without bringing anybody along.
Yeah. I mean, Shakir he's just a very bad fit for the scoring system. You could tell me he catches 80 passes this year and is much better on full PPR. I would believe that.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Better on DraftKings.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I'm willing to take him if I have Josh Allen. Part of it is also like I'm still trying to build out my stacks usually at this part. So it's like I'll give myself another out with Jaden Reed, give myself the Jordan Love out, or somebody else who has a quarterback going later. So if I don't have somebody where he's part of the stack, then I just don't prioritize him.
Yeah. Do you want to try and push?
We could.
Mayfield. Who has
the Igbuka drafter is going to be. Did he go already?
That's the thing, is the Igbuka drafter. The Igbuka drafter sets themselves up to do the double tap.
Yeah, so he has not gone yet. So yeah.
So if we're gonna take him, we got to take him here.
Yeah. Usually don't get him to fall to 105, and we have the double stack. So if there was anybody else that I really cared about getting here, I would.
Right.
But I don't think
Ayuk is going to be a huge ADP faller.
Yeah. I've been drafting a bit, but I think I'm holding off at this point just for that reason, because I think he's going to continue to fall. So I'll just take him when he does for now.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of down on him to begin with, but now that it's like basically confirmed that he's going to start the season on the pup, it's not great. And very good for Ricky and Kittle and Pearsall.
Oh yeah.
Or
sure.
And Jennings.
Yeah. Noah Brown. I think people were. Emwald asked, was anybody drafting Noah Brown? I believe people were drafting Noah Brown some, like not a ton, but I think he was going some. Who knows? Who knows how big of an injury it is anyway? I think I saw that he limped off.
Where are you at on Christian McCaffrey?
So I'm not really drafting him, which is obviously terrifying because I see a lot of sharp people are on him. I saw Pete and Rebar drafted him at the 2-hole yesterday. They flipped the board on McCaffrey, and he does, I think, continue to move up. I just think that like everybody's like, oh, well, what if he is just the guy he was 2 years ago? And I'm not sure that he is like still has exactly the same juice he had 2 years ago. Like he wasn't quite as efficient last year as he was 2 years ago. He also, I think Garendo is pretty good. Like I think Garendo is a little bit more likely to make it not a timeshare exactly, but like take away the like full on workload where McCaffrey is getting 20, 25 touches a game. I would be that surprised if he moves back to like 16 and Garendo's getting 8 kind of thing. So I am not quite, and obviously the injury concern. So that's like, best case scenario, he stays healthy. Even if he stays healthy, I think it might be because they're going out of their way to not give him 25 touches a game. They want to, offset, lighten his workload a little bit with Garendo. So I have not been taking a ton of Christian McCaffrey. I'm also just drafting a lot more receivers there. So yeah, where are you at on McCaffrey?
It's just like you're gonna lose anyway, so you might as well lose you might as well lose with the guy who is like provably the best fantasy player in the pool. Like if you look at all the players in the pool, he's the only guy who's had a 25 point per game season, and he's the only guy who's had multiple 20 point per game seasons. Everyone else either has one or none.
And he's in a great setup. He's in a great offense, undeniably. So it's probably foolish of me. It's also not like I'm not taking a hard stance against him. It's more like, okay, if he falls, I'll take him. And then he's moving up instead of backwards. So I'm probably missing my window right now. I'll go out of my way to make sure that I get he is a player that I'll probably get my 3 or 4% exposure blanket to. Like I'm not going to get even to 8% on him, but I probably will force my way to 3 or 4% because of that reason. Like he's in such a great offense. And maybe the later it gets, the healthier he looks. If he's still going like pick 7 in August and he's healthy, I might be a little bit more inclined. It's just right now we have so much time before then. And I sort of don't think he's going to move up that high. Maybe I'm wrong.
He's gonna move up to 7.
You think so?
Yeah.
But I bet it'll still be like he'll fall sometimes.
Oh,
like yes. I don't think he'll be consistently going there.
Yes. Yeah. That is true. I just have noticed. Interesting. What do you want to do?
I'm a big Jordan Mason fan. But I could do Cam Scatterbu if you want.
No, we have the Vikings correlation.
We do have the Vikings correlation. I did see JJ Zachariason put out a piece that was sort of negative towards Jordan Mason, just about how running backs who are like below 1 yards per route run in their previous year don't tend to exceed their expected ADP fantasy points. Like the number of fantasy points you'd expect at Jordan Mason's ADP, they rarely, or like never, like players that have his yards per route run the previous season, like never exceed their ADP expected fantasy points by 6+, and it was pretty bearish. But I'm like, it's a new offense. I think that his contingent upside is just amazing. So I'm still in on him, but I'm a little bit more scared after reading JJ Zachariason's newsletter today, admittedly.
So the issue with evaluating running backs to that extent is that none of it is more predictive than knowing their playing time.
Right. True.
So if we just know the playing time, and if the playing time is 40% of the snaps, or if it's Aaron Jones get injured 80% of the snaps, then it really doesn't matter how shitty he was before. The reason why that stuff is so predictive is that it ends up being predictive of guys who earn larger roles.
Yep.
And I think we already got our answer to Mason's larger role. I think
do we like just Johnny falling?
I don't, but it's like it's very whatever. I think you could take
who are you going to say?
Any wide receiver here. John adds another quarterback for us as well.
True.
Which I always like.
And we have the correlation with the Tampa guys.
Oh, yes. I had forgotten about that. That's nice. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have not been drafting a ton of Jonnu. I've seen somebody in my Discord was making the case for Jonnu, by the way. Free Flaniverse Discord if anybody wants to check it out. Somebody was making the case, I believe Tony Sprocket, making the case that Jonnu, like, he was so good after the catch last year, and like they did that intentionally. Like Mike McDaniel talked about how good he is after the catch. They were just manufacturing touches to Jonnu. He was getting there. I think a lot of us, myself included, are sort of assuming that he's going to take a back seat if Waddle and Hill are better this year. But you never know. He could still just be that guy. Like he was really good last year with the ball in his hand.
He was, but to me, that was such a symptom of a broken offense.
True. Agreed.
Like a good offense doesn't build itself out of Jonnu Smith screens. That's like a break glass in case of emergency because our offensive line is totally dusted. And there's enough of a drumbeat of this trade to Pittsburgh. Like maybe he doesn't get traded. I don't know.
It's terrifying.
If he is playing on another team, I mean, we've seen Jonnu playing on other teams and he's been useless, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
like for years. Yeah.
Not a fantasy relevant player.
Yeah.
So and he goes after Kelsey.
Yeah.
or it goes before Kelce.
Goes before
rather, which is
Kelce.
like,
Yeah.
I know Kelce's old and he stinks, but like, come on. Kelce is going to get 80 catches, 850 yards, and between 4 and 10 touchdowns. And if he runs hot on the touchdowns, he'll be a great pick. If he runs bad on the touchdowns, he'll be Dalton Schultz.
So I have not been drafting a ton of Travis Kelce, just because I'm really concerned about just the way the Chiefs have been handling him. Like, what if they just like straight up sit him like for several games, or really bring down his playing time late in the year? I know you're the resident Chiefs fan, so you're not that concerned about late season Travis Kelce. Maybe they take it easy on him.
I believe Kelce's highest scoring game was in week 17 last year.
Is that right? Okay.
Against the Steelers, I think was his highest scoring game. The thing about Kelce is that if this dude was not going to retire when he's literally dating the most popular person on earth, and his podcast is like the 3rd most listened to podcast in the world, like he's got enough going off on the field. He doesn't need to be playing. He could easily retire. No one would blame him. He just wants to play football, dude.
Man's a baller.
Do
we take one of these receivers here?
What pick are we at? What number?
We are at 129 right now.
I think we just take McCarthy. I don't want to dick around.
Happy to hear that. Happy to take McCarthy anytime I can. I can sort by. Do I have it sorted? Here's my rank. So this is the ETR ranks, slightly adjusted for what Neil likes. Christian Kirk there. Do we want a 3rd quarterback on this team?
I mean, that's the new thing. That's the sauce of the offseason. The best ball cabal is big on the 3rd quarterback. But I think we probably, Kirk is good here. Mims went. This would have been a great team to add Besh or Hollywood or Mims.
Forget how much you love Besh. Yeah. I mean, we have 5 already.
We're still pretty far behind.
True. Let's see who else.
We could take Love.
Yeah. Potentially get Dobbs later if we take Love. Damn, he's high in these ranks. So this is ADP. It's not a great receiver range.
It would be Leggett for me.
Okay, that also opens up Bryce later if we
opens up Bryce. Or we could take Tucker Kraft.
I was going to suggest Tucker Kraft. I'm kind of in on Tucker Kraft this year. I just think that he's good. Like, I just think like watching him, he looks good, and the Coach Speak is really good. I know the Coach Speak Index loves Tucker Kraft. Greg from the Coach Speak Index, just because he is like all the Coach Speak is. LaFleur calls him an animal, and he just looks like he's a football player. He really wants to.
I think our need at wide receiver is more. I'm surprised the sidekick doesn't have this, but I think we need to take Leggett.
All right.
Sidekick really wants us to take a tight end, but sometimes you got to tell the sidekick that we're fine with Jawan Johnson.
Yeah, true. Oh, we still have the Tua out too because we took Jonnu Smith. So definitely no need for a quarterback right now. Oh, and I forgot we already have Tet too. So we have a double stack with Carolina.
We have a double stack. Man, it would be kind of crazy if Bryce actually just like turns out to be good.
He was good late last year. That's the weird thing.
Well, okay. He was kind of fun. He was kind of fun for fantasy, which changes our perspective of how good he was as an NFL player. His passing yards in this realm where we thought he was good, 224, 171, 126, 263, 298, 191, 219, 158, 203, 251. He ran a little bit. And he had like the one game is obviously the crazy game against Atlanta. He was awesome. And then they almost beat Kansas City. But like he was only okay. They won 4 games as a team, and one of them was the Andy Dalton game.
Sure. Good is maybe an overstatement, but
if he could just be that, honestly, if he can just be that, it's probably fine for these guys. Yeah. But there's probably some chance that he's better. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm concerned about
with Canales.
I don't know what to make of the receivers behind Tet. Like I assume it's Leggett number 2, and then it's Thielen fighting with Coker for the 3rd spot, but I don't know if that's a sure thing. Is that your assumption?
Hunter Renfrow lurking.
Is Hunter Renfrow there too? I didn't even know that.
Hunter Renfrow is a Carolina Panther. I think their 11 personnel is Tet, Liggett, Thielen, Sanders, running back of whatever. And I think Coker is the rotational fourth.
Okay.
But Coker is screwed if Renfrow actually makes the team, because Renfrow is like actually he had a chronic autoimmune disease.
Oh, really?
That like he like I think he I forget the actual name of it, but like his like his kidneys and liver were not functioning properly. So he was all like, he could not play football. He was all out of. I mean, the dude Hunter Renfrow in 2021 was wide receiver 9 in underdog scoring in half point PPR.
I took a ton of it. Like he didn't move up much. He was a late round pick the following year, and I took a ton of him, and he just completely busted for me. Maybe it was 2 years later. I forget. There was some weird situation with him where people were really not drafting him, and I decided I was going to draft a lot of him, and it did not work out. I forget which year it was though.
Probably 2023.
So J.K. Dobbins moves up to he goes pick 146 here. I think I heard you say you moved him up to like 140 in your ranks. Is that right?
I think I actually have him right at 150.
Okay.
If we want to take a fourth running back, we could do it. We could take Bigsby as our fourth. We could do Doubs. I don't think we take Kate Otten.
All right, Bigsby, Doubs. Do you have a preference between those two?
I got talked into Bigsby by Pete's producer, Buck. He got me.
Buck, who you claim has the worst takes on the internet.
He does. It's actually insane. I've been arguing with him all morning about what shitty player, Alexander Madison. We've been arguing about.
He was good from a yards per run standpoint last year. So maybe Buck read the JJ Zacharyson blurb and was like, all right, Alexander Madison.
Buck just wants to Buck wants to hate on A-Chain, really is what it is, because he's a right-wing slappy, so he's like, A-Chain, not for me, man.
I still struggle with the distinction of right-wing slappy versus left-wing. Like I've read the definitions and like heard the discussions, and it's just one of those things that I
left-wing slappy. Left-wing slappy is the guy who let me apply it to a team you know well. Left-wing slappy is drafting Ty Felton in the 18th round.
Yep.
Right-wing slappy is pointing out that Josh Oliver just signed another contract extension, and so you're better off not ever taking Ty Felton.
Yeah.
That's literally that's yes, that's it.
Do we have Tua here?
Do we have another Dolphin? No, that's no, we want Bryce, right? Or is he gone?
I think Bryce might be gone. Yeah, Bryce is gone.
Yeah, let's take Tua.
I don't have a ton of Tua.
I don't either.
I have like virtually zero Tyreek Hill. That's one of, I guess I'm just like against the old guys this year, but Tyreek Hill just terrifies me. Part of it is I just feel like the whole offense breaks if Tua gets hurt. So it's like there's not only the concern about Tyreek Hill is aging, kind of reliant on his fast twitch muscles. So that's not great. So like I'm concerned about injury there, but then it's also the double whammy of if anything happens to Tua, like we just saw the offense fall apart last year. So that's been kind of a tough click for me. Are you in on Tyreek Hill?
No. I mean, I like click him some because he could literally just be like, it's not crazy for him to just be Tyreek Hill again.
He could just be the guy he was 2 years ago. Yeah.
He could just be the guy he was 2 years ago. Like kind of like how we are just throwing out everything our eyes saw with the Bears last year and Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. Like we could just throw it all out with Miami and be like, that was kind of just an all-time convergence. Like A-Chain gets concussed, Tua gets concussed, they lose all their offensive linemen, Tyreek hurts his wrist. Like it was just like all a mess, up and down. It was a mess. Miles has it, by the way, left wing slappy, all about the efficiency. Right wing slappy, it's all about projectable volume. I mean that's the easiest way to explain it, actually.
All right, that I can remember, I think.
But you're still a slappy, right? You're a
slappy either way.
You're still a slappy. Yeah.
Peppertoni, thanks for the reminder. Please do like the stream if you have not already done so.
Who took Bryce Young?
Good question.
And why did they do it? Oh, okay. This guy beat us to the punch. He did Bryce Young Thielen because he got in a pinch at quarterback. This guy 2 to our right.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, he only had one. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for him.
Still annoying though.
Yeah, I mean, it's annoying because we had 2 Carolina players, but we still have the stack, I guess. I don't know. I don't love the stack as much without the quarterback when you have 2 receivers from the same team without the quarterback, but hey, maybe the whole offense.
I mean, the quarterback scores matter the least.
Yeah. But they're the most correlated. So like from a week 17 standpoint, like I do think that the quarterback correlation is like really important. You want to have your quarterback correlated with pass catchers. But like from a full season standpoint, yeah, these players have correlated. Just bet on the team outcomes.
Yeah.
It's just one of the things where it's going to be hard for, in week 17, Xavier Legette and Tet McMillan to both hit without Bryce Young also hitting. And at that point,
Andy Dalton comes in.
Oh, good point.
Good point. 303 every
You're
week.
Right.
You know, the
There's
old man.
An out.
One more ride for the Red Rifle. We're chilling there, I think.
Good call. All right.
So we have 3, 4, 6, 1. I think we take our other tight end is Jonnu. I think we take Gesicki.
Not Kate Otten. Okay.
No, do we want
just add on to the stack?
4 Buccaneers? Yeah.
All right. I'm happy with Gesicki.
Kate Otten, I feel like his out is like it can't just be even one of the wide receivers dies anymore. It's gotta be 2 of the 4 have to be out. And even then, right, his the big Kate Otten explosion came with Evans and Godwin out last year. And it was before it was before they were even playing McMillan full snaps.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't want Zach Ertz. I consider to be kind of one of your guys because you were all last year when the rest of us were taking Ben Sinnott. Davis was saying, no, it's gonna be Zach Ertz. He's gonna be the guy that you. Unfortunately, he's gonna be the guy that you need.
Very familiar with Cliff's work, but the reason why I don't like Ertz as much anymore is they have 2 wide receivers now instead of just 1, and you're actually having to pay for Zach. Like Zach Ertz was a stone cold 18th round pick last year. Now you have to like he should probably have the same projection as the round 18 guys.
Yeah, I'm mostly only taking them in stacks.
I think we do Slayton. Classic Darius Slayton team.
Yeah, it is. We do need another receiver here. Seeing if there's anybody else. Yeah, I think Slayton's good. I was going to ask you about J.K. Dobbins. So he's going at 146 here. And you said you moved him up to like 150.
He's a good pick. You could fight it all you want, and R.J. Harvey can be a good pick too. There's this. I've seen this slappy blowback of, the best ball cabal said take a Broncos running back on every team last year. How'd that work out for you, idiot? The trick was that all the running backs were terrible. That really the central issue was not that the points weren't there. They're
still being targeted a ton. Yeah,
they were still being targeted a ton. It's just Jaleel had a game with 6 receptions and 1 receiving yard. Like they were just all terrible. And Dobbins and Harvey just project to not be as bad. Yeah,
no, I'm with you on this. I've not been taking a ton of RJ Harvey, and I've been like meaning to take more, but now I'm kind of glad because he's probably going to move down, and I think he's just like, I don't think he becomes a worse pick because of this. It's I don't know if you've read Jacob Sanderson's piece, running backs are balloons that just like, if they're good, they're just going to run the ball more. They can all, So I think this is one of those cases where that applies. Like J.K. Dobbins probably is not going to hurt RJ Harvey.
And so the other thing is that it's just a very unique spot. I looked this up because I made a YouTube short about Dobbins this morning. Kamara and Ingram and Pierre Thomas and Darren Sproles, each on separate occasions had seasons where they both finished as startable. They both had top 10 running back seasons. 2 guys on the same team.
Did they really? That's insane.
Multiple occasions, same. Now Sproles, totally unique. Sproles had more This is actually crazy. I looked this up the other day. Darren Sproles had more carries in his 4 years at K-State than he did in his entire NFL career. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy because I
He
think
was
of
in the
Darren
NFL
Sproles
for
as
like
having a lot
15
of
years.
receptions too. Huh.
Yeah, but Sproles just had a lot of receptions. So slightly different. But also, there were years where 3 guys finished as top 24 running backs in points per game on the Saints. Like they just, because what happens in our brain is we say, oh, well, running backs can only catch the ball on third down.
Right.
And that's not the way NFL offenses work, and it's really not the way the Sean Payton offenses work.
Right. Yeah. So if they just 60 receptions each, I mean, it's gonna be looking pretty good.
Harvey can't pass block worth a shit. Like
is that right?
Like his third downs are gonna be like none all year. But that doesn't even matter because guess what? You can throw the ball to your running back on first down. That's allowed.
Yeah, and they will.
And they will. Yeah.
And he can catch the ball.
I mean, I actually don't think he's going to be great at it. I think it's going to be a lot of like screens and like swing. Like, I don't think you're going to see him like running routes. But even last year, all these running backs are terrible, right? 52 targets for Javonte, 39, or these are receptions, 70 targets for Javonte, 52 for Mims, but a bunch of those, like 20 of those were out of the backfield. Then 27 for McLaughlin, 15 for the fullback, 5 for Estimate, 3 for Tyler Beatty, 2 for Blake Watson. So like over like 110 targets for like 7 different running backs.
Right. Yeah, and now it's just going to be condensed.
Hopefully, right?
So the sidekick wanted us to take Jalen Coker at the last turn.
I think we take Ty Felton.
Ooh, all right. Left wing slappy.
That's very left wing slappy, and certainly a possible 0. But my take on Felton has been everyone was already moved on to other things or fall asleep or like watching whatever they were watching Split Diopter on Severance by the time the last pick of the 3rd round went off. So everyone just thinks Ty Felton was not a 3rd round pick. They actually don't know he was a 3rd round pick.
Yeah. He was what, the last pick of the 3rd round?
Last pick of the 3rd round for a team that only had 4 picks because they traded one of them for Jordan Mason.
That's right. Yeah, they went out and got him. And then like he pretty clearly could step into that wide receiver 3 role on the Vikings.
He's like almost even a better fit because he's like a deep threat.
Yeah.
Which is like Naylor is kind of like he's just kind of out there, you know? Like Naylor's just kind of just a guy.
Yeah, he was not. I mean, he had some good games last year, but he wasn't like ever that amazing.
He scored 6 touchdowns last year.
Yeah. He was a guy that I liked last year. He had a couple breakout games the year before, if I'm remembering right.
I think that's right.
Do we need another running? We probably need another running back. I rarely do. I mean, this is a running back room where we
well, you know what? Going from Henry to Mason, yeah, I do think we need another one. Who's your favorite round 18 running back?
It was probably Marshawn Lloyd. Miles Sanders, I don't hate. That's just like he could be the guy. Taj Brooks could be. I
like Miles Sanders and I like Rashard Smith.
Is Rashard Smith still here?
He's running back 64. He's right there.
There he is. Do you have a preference?
Rashard Smith's more fun.
He is more fun. All right, we're doing the more fun. Get our one KC player on the team. There you go. There's our team. The team, as I said in my tweet, you and I both extremely do in Best Ball Mania. So this is the team that is going to win it. Baker Mayfield.
No one's ever. In fact, we are now only 2 BBMs away from testing the theory that an average drafter should expect to make the finals once every 8.3 years. We're getting close to that because I've max entered every. Maybe I didn't max enter Best Ball Mania 1, but I've max entered. I think I did. I think I've max entered every Best Ball Mania. No finals teams. So we're getting close.
You're very due.
Theory.
Yeah. It's a nice looking team. I'll read it. So we got Baker Mayfield, JJ McCarthy, and Tua Tagovailoa at quarterback. Running back Ashton Jeanty, Derrick Henry, Jordan Mason, Tank Bigsby, Rashard Smith. Wide receiver Mike Evans, Tet McMillan, Jordan Addison, Chris Godwin, Jaden Reed, Xavier Legette, Darius Slayton, and Ty Felton. And at tight end, Jonnu Smith, and Mike Gesicki. So as far as stacks, we've got Baker with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, just those two. And then we have a couple bringbacks on that team. Actually, we have a full game stack because we have Tampa and we also have Tua. So both quarterbacks from that game. On the Miami side, we also have Jonnu Smith. Is it just Jonnu? Somehow I thought we had one more on Miami there. Wait, am I mixing up games? Is it Tampa, Miami?
It's Tampa, Miami.
Yeah,
South Florida, the Laird Bowl.
That's right. The Laird Bowl. And then we got JJ McCarthy with Jordan Mason, Jordan Addison, and Ty Felton. We do not have any Detroit bringbacks, but overall, I think this is a pretty well balanced team. How do you feel about it?
I mean, this is we kind of followed all the cabal rules here, other than taking Derrick Henry. We got the cabal mandated 3 quarterbacks. We got the game stack. We took Ashton Jeanty. We took some rookie wide receivers. So, we kind of followed all the rules. This is just, these are the teams you draft. You didn't get like a crazy sick value. You reach to get your double stack, and these are the ones you just kind of draft and move on, and you feel good about stacking the portfolio.
Exactly. It's just one team to add the portfolio. Things could break right for us over the summer where some of these picks become smash picks and we feel a lot better about it by the end of the summer. But yeah, feels good enough now. We didn't get any like screaming values. Now I have a Derrick Henry in my portfolio, which is, I believe, my first Derrick Henry in the post-draft stuff in my portfolio. So that feels good to have because it's pretty terrifying to not have Derrick Henry. David asked, what are you drafting next, fellas? So I have Tom Strachan coming in. Davis, you are welcome to hang out with us if you want to do another draft, get equity in another draft.
More EV. I need to go outside and go mow my lawn, Neil.
Nice day, beautiful day.
As a beautiful day, I'm gonna go out, get some sun. My dog is probably missing me. Do you post these as audio on a podcast feed?
So far, I have not been. I think that I probably should. I've been thinking about doing it, but I have not been doing it.
Yeah, you should. I mean, like, I would say probably, like, I get, like, probably about, like, 500 people seem to subscribe, like, based on download per episode, like, 500 or 600 people, which is, like, not nothing. It's not going to make you any extra money, but right. it does. Some people don't have time to sit around and watch YouTube all day, but I actually, the Stealing Banana show, Gretch and Sean.
Yeah.
I never have time to watch those on YouTube, but I listen to them as a podcast all the time.
See, I just consume everything on YouTube, and like I'm usually not actually watching. I'm doing dishes. I have it like off to the side, so I'm just listening to it. But I, for some reason, still just do everything on YouTube. So maybe I just don't understand what it adds to have it in the audio format, because like you can do 2x speed. Like what's the benefit of having it on audio, like on a podcast, as opposed to YouTube?
It's just easier. It's just you don't have to click out of the window. You don't have to slide the tab over. Like it just is.
Okay.
Just pops right up in your podcast feed. You press the button. You can get on Twitter. You can draft your best ball teams, and you don't have to cross over the window. I consume more podcasts than I do YouTube. Like when I'm watching YouTube, I'm mostly watching it on my desktop. Like when I'm working or whatever, I have it off to the side. But I think a lot of people prefer, particularly, which is funny because of our age discrepancy here, we're doing it backwards. But I think older people prefer, like people who are in their 40s and 50s prefer podcasting over YouTube, whereas younger people are just like, they've never closed. Like a 22-year-old has never closed YouTube. Your average 22-year-old has had a YouTube screen open since they were 15 and it's never been closed.
You and I are like, in a lot of ways, I feel like we do our ages backwards. Like I'm the guy who's staying up until 3 a.m. You're up at 5 a.m., like getting up at 5 a.m.
Yep. So we are doing it. We are doing it in reverse. I'm about to go do yard work. You're heading into hour 2 of your stream. I've been broadcasting since 10 a.m. I've put my shift in at the coal mines today. Yeah.
Nice work. I am, as we're talking right now, I'm waiting on Tom, and I was concerned for a second because he is, of course, across the pond, and it's like 11 p.m. there. I'm like, did Tom forget and he's asleep right now? But no, he did message me and said he had his mic crash, so he'll be back with us. But as I'm doing this, Davis, I'm reformatting the changes that I made to our windows so that I can get a third person in here.
There you go.
Which I guess if you're heading out before Tom gets here, then I could just leave
No,
it.
but it's
for
good
now.
to it's good to have. It's good to, you know, you
Yeah.
want to stay dynamic, you want to stay nimble. Did you figure out what you wanted to do for short form videos? Did you use Opus Pro? Did you get what you wanted?
So I think that the advice that you gave me is actually, and Tom is here. Tom gave me the exact same advice. So I think I downloaded and now forget what it's called. I've been using Opus Pro for shorts, but I downloaded, and I'm going to add Tom to the stage.
CapCut.
Ooh, this is not what I want it to look like. Yes, is it? Wait, no, CapCut. Maybe that's not. Tom, what was it that you recommended to me? DaVinci, is that?
DaVinci Resolve.
DaVinci Resolve. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's what you told me also,
Yes.
Davis.
Yeah. DaVinci
right.
Resolve is for, I mean, I have it on my computer. I've never used it because I learned on Adobe Premiere Pro about 15 years ago.
Okay.
And my brain is too sticky on that. So I opened it up and I was like, oh, this interface is all different. I either need to pay up for Adobe Premiere Pro or just sit down for a day on Saturday and learn this. And haven't done either of those.
Yeah, I actually have not used it yet, but it looks like I'll be able to figure out. And Tom actually had some instruction for me on how to use it that I have not followed yet, but I will be soon. Tom, I just brought you in to talk because we were talking about this. I was like, oh, good timing. Tom Strachan here from the Fantasy Sanctuary. Tom, how you doing today?
Yeah, all good. I mean, you know, what better after spending my day at work editing videos than to come here and talk about editing videos and best ball.
Hell yeah. Well, we're about to start that, but Davis, before you head out, what do you have coming up? Shout out what any content that you have coming up.
All the normal stuff, daily videos over on my channel. Did a super long deep dive into the US Open, running sims with Nerdy Tenor and Brick over on the Endgame Syndicate channel this morning. I wanted to ask Tom though. Tom, what football team do you support?
Support the Ravens.
No, real football. Not this
Well,
dumb shit over here.
Well, as somebody on the comments of our latest Fantasy Pros Best Ball stream said, go back to supporting the Premier League. But I replied, real men support teams in the Championship, and I'm a Preston North End fan.
Preston North End. Okay. All right. I root for Aston Villa, and they were in the they were in the championship 6 years ago. Championship to the Champions League. Can happen for them. It can happen for anybody.
I remember probably 1998 being a Preston North End season ticket holder at the time and going to Villa Park. So yeah, it's a great stadium. You should get yourself there one day.
Maybe someday. All right. Thanks for having me, fellas.
Thanks, Davis. Appreciate it.
Later.
All right. Catch you later. Tom, how you doing? Oh, now I've got it in the center. I wanted it to be right. I adjusted how this looks. It looks okay. I could just leave it like this. This looks fine, right? I'll leave it like this. We'll stay in the center. How you doing today, Tom? It's pretty. It's what, 11:06 for you? Is that right?
No, it's 10:06. So,
oh, okay. You're only 6 hours ahead of me. Okay, good.
Perfect best ball sort of time. Yeah, all good. Been a nice evening over here in sunny UK. Just been sat in the garden barbecuing and with fire pit on. So no complaints at all. How are you, Neil?
I'm doing well. Yeah, happy to be streaming today. Streaming a little bit earlier because the NBA finals are later. Happy that me streaming early means that I could have you and Davis on because both of you are kind of prefer to stream a little bit earlier. I mean, it's late for you. So if I'm doing a late stream, you're already in bed. So yeah, I'm excited to do an earlier stream and have you guys on because I wanted to get you both on the stream. Are you not afraid? Somebody just said Tom isn't afraid. Pepper20 says Tom isn't afraid to take Derrick Henry. Maybe he's just referring to your Ravens fandom. I think we talked about Derrick Henry a little bit on the Fantasy Sanctuary stream when I was on this week. But is this true? Do you draft much Derrick Henry?
Well, I mean, it's definitely not a pick that I'm afraid to take. Like, I think like if you want to look at that 1-2 turn and go anyone of like Nico, Brian Thomas, Drake London with Derrick Henry, I don't mind it. I definitely prefer Derrick Henry to the likes of Jonathan Taylor, Bucky Irving, Josh Jacobs. Like, I've done a lot of stuff on Hero RB lately for Fantasy Pros, and I think that Devon Achan has all the tools that he could give us the kind of legendary seasons that Pat Carrane talks about. But Derrick Henry, for me, obviously he's got one of the lowest target shares of the top 2 rounds running backs, and the only way he can overcome that is in volume and touchdowns. Volume, I don't think that's going away anytime soon. The touchdowns, which, look, I mean, we don't like to bet on touchdowns year to year to an extent, but like the Ravens don't rush Lamar inside the 5. It is all Derrick Henry down there. So I think that there's a level of floor that you could expect out of Henry that's high, but he's still just betting on a running back in his 30s. So he's not a player that I'd be willing to make an outrageous bet on, but I'd still like to be around 8 to 10% on him.
Okay, so you are going to be with or maybe even slightly above the field on Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
I probably need to up it a little bit. I was saying I'm probably going to have both Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey. I'm probably taking the like 4% exposure blanket. I'll probably be a little bit light just because I like the receivers in that range so much, and I just think this is a year where zero RB could bounce back in a big way, and less of the field is doing it. So I'm making more of those zero RB type bets, but I probably need to work in a little bit more Derrick Henry into my portfolio. All right, we are going to get into a draft here. So I'm going to enter a 30-second Best Ball Mania, and I'll be doing it on my phone. So give me 1 second, guys. I'll tell you when I'm clicking the button if you want to get in. We were the final person in for the last draft, Tom. So did not get anybody in. Yeah. So nobody got in with us. All right, clicking in right now. 7 more to start. So if you want to draft with me and Tom, you've got time to hit. So again, BBM 30-second. Somebody made a comment, and I wanted to talk about this because I think I said that Braylon Allen seemed like he was dropping a lot of balls last year. Maybe it wasn't that many, but Lil Daughter said, is anyone actually bad at catching the football? These are the most elite athletes on the planet who can't catch a football. Genuine question. I mean, there are a lot of players who like are good at running with the football, but aren't great receivers. So I would take issue with saying that every NFL player is great at catching. Like, I mean, Rudy Gobert like can't catch a basketball, and he's a great basketball player for other reasons. I think it's similar in football. Do you disagree with that, Tom?
No, I think it's kind of one of those that it's the whole thing that's going on, isn't it? Because it's like, and there's not a single person in the chat or anywhere near who could catch a ball to the level these guys can when there isn't the pressure on. Like, you watch these guys in training camp and they catch a ball in a way which we'll never be able to. And even like, remember Christian Watson in like week 1 of his NFL debut when the ball just sailed through his hands. And even Quentin Johnston, like he had those moments where it's like, it could have been so much closer and the ball was right there. And it's just that concentration lapse. And it just seems to me that that's probably a big part of the mental barrier that separates the players towards the bottom and then the guys who are at the very top. Like, I think there's just like that overall mindset and overall ability to just drill into the minor details on the biggest stage. So, I mean, there's definitely guys who I find unreliable and don't want to roster, but I don't know, like try to figure out who couldn't catch. It's a tricky one because I mean every year, like we've done this so many times, like when it comes to drops, it's like guys who are way up there lead the league in drops sometimes. So yeah, it's a difficult one, but I try not to worry about drops too much because if you're one of those people who drops a ball but still produces, then we're going to keep looking your way.
Yeah, I mean, running backs in particular, like it's a lot of running backs are just not paid to catch the ball. So like that is not like these are not they're not NFL players because of their ability to all of them. Obviously, there are some running backs who are NFL caliber players because of their ability, but like running backs in particular, it's like, well, maybe that's not their skill set. And like maybe a lot of these guys, it's they're in the NFL not because they are the best at catching a football in the world, but because they're freak athletes. They're 6'5" and they're like faster than everybody else and stronger than everybody else. So to me, it's like, yeah, they're obviously like more equipped overall to be an NFL football player than anybody else. But I would guess that there are receivers in the UFL who are better at just like straight hands, like catching the ball, than NFL receivers because they just don't have all the other physical attributes.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It's like, and how much is like the genuine just catching the ball the point which NFL teams are concentrating on? Like, how much is it route running? How much is it pass blocking? How much is it all the fundamentals that go into it? Because I mean, that's not even some of it when we're in like dynasty rookie analysis season that people necessarily concentrating on drop rate, is it? Like, Rich, who writes our rookie guide for Fantasy Sanctuary, is incredibly detailed. Has a great analytical model that's worked well over the last few years. But I don't think he's ever tracked drops as part of it or worried about that.
Right.
Obviously, you'd hope in college where you're playing against weaker opponents a lot of the time that drops isn't something that you'd really see stand out. But yeah, it's an interesting thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we don't really have to worry about it that much because it's gonna work itself out on the field. And I guess maybe we do to some extent. Like Dontavian Wicks last year, we made the big bet on Dontavian Wicks, and it was like, oh, he can't catch as well as we thought he could last year. So I guess it would be nice if we knew who could catch. It's the argument about whether they need to be the best in the world at catching the ball. Like obviously that's just not that relevant to what we're doing, but an interesting conversation. We need two more here. If anybody wants to join, 30-second BBM. We're gonna start soon. Tom, where would you like us to draft from? Do you have a favorite draft position?
Ooh, I mean, I'm quite close to making Bijan Robinson my 101 overall for this year. Like,
Oh damn.
I think that there's that kind of potential. I think, if we're weighing ADP into it, I'd still take Ja'Marr Chase just simply because we don't get the 101 often enough. Like literally nobody has ever gotten the 101 apparently. So if I had to, it's probably Bijan Robinson at 102. But the more and more I think about it, the more I'm feeling really confident about him. Ahead of Saquon Barkley for all the reasons we see running backs regress when they've been over 1,500 yards the year before for 400 touches, all that stuff. Justin Jefferson, I know we talked about JJ McCarthy quite a lot on Fantasy Sanctuary when you were there, and I know we talked about how much confidence we have in KOC, but I still think there's a lot more potential for Justin Jefferson to be a little bit of a disappointment this year with JJ McCarthy. And then CeeDee Lamb, if George Pickens wasn't there, he would have been my wide receiver too, definitely. So it all just kind of pushes me towards going, okay, Bijan Robinson is the player I've got the most confidence in after Ja'Marr Chase. And I put out some stuff about hero running back today on Twitter. And it's the kind of stuff that we talk about, Pat Crane's talked about over the years, where you want players who have access to goal line carries, target share, opportunity share. And among the top 2 round running backs,
we are on the clock now. Did you see we got the 101? So you do get the 101 sometimes. Do you want Chase or do you want Bijan?
Let's go Chase. I'm not going to be that. I'm not going to go too scorched earth hot take out of the door. When, like I say, Ja'Marr Chase is difficult enough, and he doesn't tend to fall that much, does he? So let's stick with him. Right. But just like I was got to say, when it comes to running backs in the top 2 rounds, if you average out their percent of carries inside the 5 last year, their percent of target share, and their RB opportunity share, so the total volume that they had, Bijan Robinson is the only player who's above the average for all those players across the board. Like Saquon Barkley was below average in target share and below average in carries inside the 5, obviously. Derrick Henry below average in target share, but way above in everything else. So I just think that it's all kind of trended towards, at some point soon, we're going to get that real legendary season from Bijan Robinson, and things could just be nuclear.
Yeah. I'm a little bit, so you wanted the 102, but you can usually get Bijan at like the 104, sometimes the 105.
Yeah.
You just wanted to like lock in one of Ja'Marr Chase or Bijan.
Yeah, that's it, because it's like that feels like the tier to me. I don't know, where do you feel like the tier kind of breaks after Ja'Marr Chase?
So I've kind of a 6. Like I kind of think, and it's this group. I kind of feel like is a tier. So it's Ja'Marr Chase, and then it's Jefferson, Bijan, Barkley, CD, and Gibbs. To me, is kind of a tier, and then there's kind of another tier that's like basically Puka until Brock Bowers feels like another tier to me. That they all feel kind of interchangeable.
Yeah, and I know we've both talked about like CMC needing to kind of like get on board with CMC at some point. That's probably the one that I've had the most trouble with in the first round. But yeah, his ADP isn't going to get any lower than it is now without him suffering an injury in training camp. So like, if you want exposure to him, now's the time to start sprinkling it in.
Yeah. So you are also not taking a ton of CMC. Debro's taking him.
Yeah, well, that's it. And there's plenty of smart people like Debro who are taking him, which pushes me towards going, okay, well, what would be the least amount of exposure I would want to CMC? And it's probably that kind of 5% range. Like, generally speaking, I don't want to fade first rounders. Like, I probably want to stay above 5% on all of them. Is there anybody who you last year you just didn't draft in the first round that you felt good about?
No, not in the first round, I don't think.
Yeah.
Like I was not taking much Derrick Henry last year, which was a huge mistake. I had 3% Saquon Barkley, but yeah, there was nobody I think that I was like 0%. Like I'm not a guy who just takes 0% of anybody generally, but you know, some of those players that I ended up smashing, I was getting like 3%. So that was I'm trying to remember who were the first rounders last year though. Like everything changes so much year to year.
Let me pull
But
it
I
up.
think I was pretty in on anybody who was going in the first round.
Yeah,
Just kind of like I kind of just like flattened it. Like wherever they go in the first round is kind of where I take them. I don't think I was taking any big stands other than taking Jefferson. No, Chase actually. Chase was on that he would often fall to like the 107, and I was just like, yeah, that's an auto click every time.
Yeah, so the first round last year was. No, I was about to read it off, and then I've got a filter. Sorry, 1 second. Maybe we'll spin back to this after our picks. But so the first round was CMC. Then it was, well, in terms of running backs, Brees Hall, Bijan Robinson. So they were the three there. And I know that I took less CMC as the year went on, but it definitely wasn't excluding them.
Right.
There we go. Right, 1 second. Too many spreadsheets.
We are just about to be back on the clock.
Okay, let's.
So we've got Jamar Chase. Trey McBride is the top psychic option. That's the Week 17 game is Arizona Cincinnati, so we can do that. T Higgins is still there if we want to double. We could go 3 Cincinnati. Who do you like to go here at the turn?
Well, how about we go Chase Brown and Trey McBride? Do you feel like that's one which is different enough but still has enough upside?
Yeah, I mean, Chase Brown, you can see the ADP is 28.5, so I think that is a bit different. Yeah, and we're still game stacking here, so we got 2 Cincinnati pieces and Trey McBride.
Because, like, I mean, obviously, down the stretch last year, Chase Brown was still getting there plenty. I know that Zach Moss is healthy, or, you know, by his standards, going to be healthier this year. But I still like Chase. I think that if you get into pass-heavy scripts, that he's going to be the running back who ends up on the field a lot more. Yes, he's not perfect in pass protection, but he came along a decent way last year. And I think that he's shown that he's the guy who can deliver the big plays at the big moments. So stacking him in a little bit of a contrarian or different stack just kind of feels fun.
Right. If he just does what he did at, you know, towards the end of last year, could absolutely smash it. If Cincinnati's offense just does what they did last year, like this team is going to look really good this year.
Yeah. Oh, so just going back to ADP from last year, it was CMC, CeeDee Lamb, Tyreek Hill, Brees Hall, Amon-Ra, Bijan, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, and Puka. I think my biggest stand apart from CMC was Tyreek Hill. I just didn't particularly like him, which turned out to be kind of correct. But I took so much Jalen Waddle that it didn't really matter.
Yeah. I think I did the same thing. I think I made the exact same mistake there. I think Garrett Wilson, maybe I was a little bit out on, like it was just, I really like Puka there. So I was always taking Puka first and then often would skip out. It was Rams, Arizona. Oh, so I was unfortunately taking a lot of Marvin Harrison, moving Marvin Harrison up to take the Harrison with Puka.
Yeah, bad times.
Somebody asked if my board was frozen. I wonder if it was because I clicked. Sometimes if I click into StreamYard, maybe the board freezes occasionally. Hopefully it's back now. Can you guys see it moving? It's at Terry McLaurin. We're at pick 35 now.
Yeah, it's moving for me.
Okay.
Is this how you got it?
So people are saying, all right, let me. So it does appear to be when I click into StreamYard. So I'm talking to you, seeing chat and stuff. It freezes the board for some reason. Does it happen that often? I don't know.
I didn't notice it.
Okay, I'll try to keep it on the board a little bit more often so it updates more frequently. But that's where it should not be happening.
Tech stuff, man. Hate
tech stuff. All right, so I have been typically not taking Joe Burrow at the 4 or 5 turn, even though I have Jamar Chase there. But I'm willing to if you want to do Joe Burrow here. I'm usually more apt to take him when I have T Higgins, and then I'll let him come around the board and hope that nobody else takes unstack Joe Burrow and I'll get him, over here on this side of the board is usually what I'm doing. But then if I do that every time, I'm going to miss out on the Burrow Jamar Chase stacks, which is obviously very powerful. So how do you approach Joe Burrow here?
I think definitely when you go Chase Brown, Jamar Chase, but then you can push it because it's saying, okay, well, maybe we don't need the nuclear stack. If you've got T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, then I kind of understand the argument for pulling Joe Burrow up a little bit more. But we're already hedging that some of this upside could come from the rushing game potentially. So I'm fine pushing it. We do have the team at the 103 who probably would make life difficult for us to get Joe Burrow. But I'm fine, pushing it and working out QB later on, definitely, and seeing what falls to us.
Okay. So you're okay with pushing it. That's generally what I'm going to do here also. And obviously, if he does come back to us, the 103 just says, screw it, I don't want Joe Burrow either, then sure, I'd take him at 72 every time. But yeah, I'm typically inclined to push him at 48, 49.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though he was amazing last year. Like he was, I think, the third best in terms of fantasy scoring last year of all quarterbacks.
Yeah. Okay. So who do we want here? Like, I quite like Cortland Sutton. I do quite like Jalen Waddle. I'd prefer to stick with wide receivers at this point.
Okay.
Anybody else you'd shout for?
I like Pickens quite a bit also here.
I'd be fine with Pickens. We'll go.
I mean, if Cortland Sutton and Jalen Waddle are your two favorites, let's do it. Are those your favorites?
No. Let's go Waddle Pickens. Let's play the upside game. I know that last year was pretty miserable with Tua, but he averaged third most pass attempts per game. Jalen Waddle averaged 4.7 or something more points per game in games when Tua was playing. So there's plenty of reason to be hopeful. And I think while Cortland Sutton's a little more touchdown reliant, Jalen Waddle kind of has that big play potential that I would really like to see him get back to. And it's such a pivotal year for the Dolphins. Like, if things don't go well, it feels like not only will Tyreek and Tua not be there, like they could tear practically everything down. And you look at what moves they've made this offseason. When Jalen Waddle is traded, eventually Storm Duck's going to be the cornerback one. Like, it's
right.
It could be very fruitful for fantasy if Tua can stay healthy.
Yeah. That's the big thing though. Like I'm just worried about Tua. Do we talk about your stance on Tyreek Hill also?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not particularly interested in Tyreek Hill. I think that we've seen a guy who's getting slower, who's got more injuries, who's having a constant stream of drama off the field, who doesn't seem to be enamored with the team, and he doesn't seem to, it's kind of like one of those marriages where they just kind of have to stick it out for the kids at this point. Whereas I think if there was a good way out for both sides, then they'd be willing to do it. But I believe it's kind of one of those situations where the Dolphins would have to end up eating a decent amount of cheese to get rid of him. Like, if they cut him, obviously it's post June 1st right now, but they'd still be taking on $40 million in dead money to get rid of him. And the cap savings would only be $12 million. Next year, it's so much easier. Then they'd only be taking like $12 million. The guaranteed money is gone after this year. So I think next year makes so much more sense. But for now, he's probably going to be there. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those situations where Waddle just is more motivated and ends up being a better player within the team throughout.
Yeah, I mean, Waddle, much younger, would not be that surprising. Tyreek Hill just doesn't seem that invested at this point. Like, it doesn't seem like he really wants to play football anymore. He's had a long career. Yeah. Waiting for Brazzers call. Waiting for the call from Brazzers. Says he wants to be a porn star. I don't even know if that still exists. Yeah. Have you not heard? Yeah. Did you not hear he said on some stream that he wants to be a porn star after his NFL career is over, which is kind of hilarious.
But also, it's like, a few years back, he said that he didn't really want to play beyond 31. He is 31 now. He'll be 32 next off season. And, Dwayne McFarland's done some great research into wide receivers just going off the cliff age around wide receiver 31. Like, if last year was the start of the cliff face for Tyreek Hill and we just see him completely go off the edge, then I think the kind of stuff you mentioned, the temperament stuff, like, that could really be exacerbated and not something which he's not a player I'd want to be overweight on. I think in a best ball setting, if you want to talk yourself into sort of like somewhere between 5 and 10%. I get it, but I couldn't go overweight on a volatile player like Tyreek at this point in his career.
I think I'm taking a major stand where I'm going to have, outside of when people like on my streams want to draft him, I'm probably not going to draft Tyreek Hill like at all. Like I think the downside is much higher than the upside to me. Joe Burrow went at 57, so I'm sure MC Zane thought, okay, I'm going to get him at 70 because these guys didn't take him. And goes unstacked. So that is unfortunate, but
hey, we'll make it work.
Yeah, I mean, all right. So we have Chase Brown. We are on the clock. Chase Brown, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, George Pickens, and Trey McBride. Stephon Diggs is here. Jacoby Myers. Who do you like in this range?
Yeah, I like Jacoby Myers and I like Stephon Diggs. I'd be okay with Matthew Golden if you're into that, but Stephon Diggs would probably be the lean.
Those two. So Jacoby Myers, Stephon Diggs get to 5 receivers through 7.
Yeah, I'm not overly interested in Quinshon Judkins at price. I think that could end up being a little bit of a messy situation behind that terrible offensive line, terrible quarterback situation, and then Aaron Jones, Tony Pollard. I don't mind them, but I'd rather have a more secure wide receiver room first, if that works for you.
You say Diggs over Golden?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, that works for me. I'm happy to go just wide receiver heavy early.
Just because, I mean, look, I know nobody in the best ball streets is talking about it or likes him, but Drake May, sneaky year 2, yeah?
Potentially, yeah. People do love their Drake May. Oh, yeah, we don't have any Vikings set up, so I can't take my guy, JJ McCarthy, this time. But I've got him, I think, in like 3 of my past 5 stream drafts, so I'm happy with my JJ McCarthy exposure.
Yeah, we got him on Monday as well. But I see Steven in the chat asking how many wide receivers should I be looking to have by round 9 or 10. Like, I know Hayden Winks seems to be staying fast on 4 by round 7, and that's kind of where I'm at. I still think on DraftKings, for people who draft over there, you probably want to hit 5 by round 10. Everything I've kind of seen from the teams that have done well over there seems to push that teams who did that succeeded at a much higher rate, but over here 4 by round 7 seems to be the golden number. Do you kind of find yourself try to stick to that, or are you pushing the boundary a bit more?
I usually I'll have at least 4 in the first 7. Yeah, it's pretty rare that I won't have at least 4 through the first 7 rounds. I think the wide receiver, like the cliff is pretty big for me. Like once you get into the hundreds, I don't know where it is exactly, but I feel a lot more comfortable in the first 6 rounds in particular. I guess the early 7th round, I do like some of these receivers also. But yeah, the cliff comes pretty quickly for wide receivers, so I do tend to have at least 4 through 7.
It's like that range where once you see Michael Pittman on the board, where it's like if you haven't got wide receiver sorted, things are going to get very bad very quickly after that. I feel like, because like it just thins out. It becomes the running back, the quarterback, and the tight end here, doesn't it? Because nobody wants to take anyone around there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's like Rashid Shaheed. I think he's fine. Like I don't dislike Rashid Shaheed as a pick. I'll take Kyle Williams, like set up that Drake May stack, but like in general, I'm like more confident in a lot of early receivers. Whereas once I get to that round, I'm like, I kind of like the running backs that are going there. I like taking shots on Tyjae Spears and Ramondre Stevenson. And there's just a lot of like running backs who are in committees that could have bigger roles than we expect. So yeah, I tend to do a lot of early receivers and kind of pound running backs and quarterbacks once we get past pick 100.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And tight ends, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh Downs. So how do you feel about Josh Downs versus Michael Pittman? So you mentioned Michael Pittman. Are you much higher on Josh Downs than Pittman? I guess you tweeted about him today, actually. So I guess I know the answer to this.
I just think so. I was kind of looking back at a lot of stuff, and only 15 wide receivers had better yards per route run than Josh Downs' 2.2 last year when you kind of filter based on 50 receptions or more. And of those 15 wide receivers, 13 finished as top 24 wide receivers in points per game. The 2 who didn't were George Pickens and Zay Flowers, who are still fantastic wide receivers who we want in best ball because of their top end outcomes. So I'm very much on board with Josh Downs. I think that the drumbeat for Daniel Jones just keeps getting louder. It's been louder ever since the end of the season, I was kind of out on Anthony Richardson anyway. But now if I can get half a season of Josh Downs with Daniel Jones, then are we going to get kind of Wan'Dale Robinson, but from a player who can give us more after the catch in Josh Downs? I don't know. Like, I'm maybe not quite all the way there yet, but I definitely don't want to be underweight on him.
Yeah, same. I've been taking a lot of Josh Downs, just betting on the talent.
I
think he
don't,
was on my list on our Fantasy Sanctuary show, list of
Yeah.
buys for me. Yeah.
and I don't dislike Pittman, but I just think I prefer Downs a bit more, really.
Yeah. So do we take our first quarterback here in Kyler Murray, or would you rather push it?
I'd be okay taking Kyler Murray. I think that's fun enough. And then, is there anybody running back wise that you'd want to pull up? Do you want to take Jordan Mason? I know that he's becoming a bit of a popular pick. I'd take him ahead of those guys. Are you all right with that?
I love it. Yeah, I'm very in on Jordan Mason. We took him in the last draft too, I believe, or at least we talked about him. He's one that. So I don't know if you read JJ Zacharyason's newsletter. He had some kind of bearish sentiment on Jordan Mason today because his yards per route run last year were really bad. Like it was like half of a yard per route run. So pretty bad numbers, and like historically, but it's a small, like 50 players I think were the sample size. I think something like that. But historically, players that have that low of yards per route run do not exceed their ADP the following year, and certainly don't exceed it by much. But Davis and I had the conversation of like, well, it's usually because they don't earn bigger roles, and we already know Jordan Mason is not like, that's not what he does, and that's not the reason we're taking him. We're taking him for his running, for he has some standalone value, some contingent value in what should be a great offense.
Yeah, definitely. And I think JJ is probably the first person to say that whenever you filter to these kind of things, there's going to be outliers within it. There's going to be certain things that stand out. And like the reason I like Jordan Mason is because of how he can thrive in that outside zone run scheme, and because we think that he could be a really good goal line running back. So yeah, as Miles points out, not someone you need to care about yards per route run. It's going to come from other places. And if anything happens to Aaron Jones, then the potential of him seeing just enough volume to get there across the board, that's fine. I mean, like we've seen guys across a variety of seasons just not be able to get there. And while JJ's points about the mid-round running backs are excellent, and like I spent my drive to work this morning listening to that, and it was quite thought-provoking in a lot of ways. Jordan Mason was the one player I came back to where I was like, I'm not sure I'm worrying about it. It did make me think, okay, Brian Robinson was somebody who I was quite high on last year. And I thought he had the potential to be such an efficient running back that he could turn into the steal of the mid-round running back zone. And it never worked out for, Brian Robinson, I think, just lacks the explosivity to really take it to the next level and capitalize on that stuff. But that's not something that Jordan Mason suffers from. Like you look at his forced missed tackles, I know the guys at Fantasy Points are all over that. And there's enough there for me to believe in him and keep taking him for now. Maybe if he keeps getting pushed up further, it'll be a little bit harder. But for now, I'm definitely good with it.
Yeah, I've closed the window now. I was looking at the Fantasy Points data suite earlier, and that was something like all those metrics that they love. Missed tackles, force per touch. Jordan Mason was elite last year. Explosive run rate. He was one of the top, I think he was maybe second best of running backs with at least with over 50 rush attempts. He is like 7.8%. He was at least like top 5. So like explosive run rate. He's forcing missed tackles. Like as a runner, he was really good. And then you get the coach speak being, well, we want to use him at the goal line. We need help with the goal line. I think Jordan Mason can provide that. And also, like, we don't want to give all the work to Aaron Jones. We think he works best in a 1A, 1B situation. So it's just like everything to me is like, okay, he's probably the goal line back. And then he's also seemingly pretty talented. I think he could just earn himself a bigger slice of the pie in Minnesota.
Yeah, and the way the Vikings went about this offseason without that many draft picks, and they used the limited resources they did have to go out and trade for him, rather than taking the lottery on running backs in a particularly good running back class. Right. Like that spoke volumes to me. When that trade happened, it was probably one of the most moments that I've had this offseason. Like, you get the alert and you're just like, I did not expect the Vikings to be a team who were trading for a running back when there are so many good running backs in this class. And I found that really noteworthy, and maybe it ends up being a bit of a fugazi pick and not working out. And Aaron Jones rolls back the clock another year, but I'm absolutely willing to roll the dice on what we saw last year, and this scheme for running backs kind of working nicely.
I've thought about doing my own rankings, and I think if I did do my own rankings, I would probably have Jordan Mason ahead of Aaron Jones, which might be crazy. On Underdog, maybe not on DraftKings where you need those PPR points, but I think on Underdog it's like a defensible pick at least.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the difficulty when you do your own rankings, it's always trying to weigh ADP into it so you don't look like an absolute lunatic.
True. We almost got Cam Scotty. I got him a couple times today around here, but Drake May is back to us if we want to do that stack with Stephon Diggs. We got Najee Harris falling.
Yeah, I mean, why not take Najee and Drake May? Does that work for you? And then like we've got a pretty nice team from there, and we can work out, kind of have a lot more flexibility after that.
Yeah, I think that looks great.
Sounds good. Kushti.
Easy game. Our team so far, we're looking good, I think. Kyler Murray and Drake May at quarterback. At running back, we have Chase Brown, Jordan Mason, and Najee Harris. Wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, George Pickens, Jacoby Myers, and Stephon Diggs. At tight end, we have Trey McBride. So I kind of feel good at every position so far. I like this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not an extreme team in any way. It's not anything which feels massively unusual. Do you hit a point where you build in a team like this? And I know obviously you've had so much success with DFS that does your DFS brain start weighing in and going, do I need to start trying to differentiate with these rosters? Because like I find by about this time in the year that now and again I build rosters which feel quite similar. And obviously we have confidence in our player takes, but do you ever kind of start thinking about that final and going, what can I do to be different, or just hoping that it threads the needle?
Not really. It's not something that I worry about a ton. Like there are some times where I'll take those, late round picks that I think not a lot of people are taking, if I think they are particularly good picks. So like 2 years ago, it was Rico Dowdle for me, where it was like
Nice.
Dallas kept on saying he is our RB2 and nobody was taking him. So he was just a regular. He ended up being one of my high success players. Then of course he did absolutely nothing that year. They never needed him. But then so it does sometimes work its way in those cases. But I feel like with 18 player rosters, you're just not going to run into like too similar. And you can still have too similar of rosters without having the exact same roster. So like, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't love it if I have, 14 players overlapping with somebody else in a final. But I don't think that really happens that much. I don't think that it's something that in reality happens that much. And also like sometimes like in the later rounds, if you're just like everything's so flat. So just like in the later rounds in particular, I'd be more inclined to differentiate by like reaching for the guys that I really like. But it's more like just to get the guys that I like than it is just to differentiate, I think. So yeah, not a huge concern for me.
Yeah, because I mean, like the team that won last year, that was Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow stack, and then they had Jonathan Taylor, which was the kind of big differential, wasn't it? Because it was like instead of having Saquon Barkley, they had Jonathan Taylor in round 2. And then you look across the rest of that team, I believe they had round 5 Isaiah Pacheco, and it was like they'd missed on various bits, but they just hit where it counted on Brian Thomas, they hit where it counted on Ricky Pearsall, and even Demarcus Robinson late on, maybe if someone, it was, you work things out. And I think if you've got the right players in the right time, I'm not trying to get too weird with my player selections. I know our friend Derrick over at Spike Week is a bit more thoughtful about this, and him and Pete had a team that did well by pulling players dramatically up. But generally, it's kind of like round 15 onwards where like I'm trying to get players. But I was looking at something a little while back, and I think this year there's about 20 more players being drafted with regularly on Underdog compared with last year, which kind of felt like, okay, so people are scrolling down a little bit more towards the end of drafts. I can't remember that data off the top of my head, but it seems like it is becoming more common for people to do it, which should make some interesting finals teams perhaps, but right now, not at this range.
Yeah, that is interesting that more players are being picked. I wonder if that's just because of like the deep running back class. Like there's so many of these rookie running backs that you can tell yourself a story about that might play into it somewhat. Interesting.
Yeah. Let me see.
All right. I thought Tyler Warren was going to make it back to us for a minute there. I was pretty excited about that. If Tyler Warren made it back to us at 144.
Yeah, that could have been fun. Tight end, I'd be okay pushing a little bit more. Tyler Algier is somebody I really want because of all the reasons I'm banking on Bijan Robinson. I just think that Tyler Algier is probably one of the best backup running backs in the league. Circle back to that in a minute, but otherwise, J.K. Dobbins before he rises in price, or do you want to go somewhere else?
Or Jadon Blue, just because we're getting the value here. I guess he's actually not that much of a value here. I'd be fine taking Algier and Dobbins, whichever.
Yeah, let's do that.
Or Trey Benson if you want to add on to the Arizona stack.
Yeah, let's go Benson. That's more fun. Good show.
Okay. Benson and Algier, or who else do you want here?
So we got Benson and Algier. That's our two, yeah.
Yeah. So I've loaded up Benson, Algier, Dobbins, and Blue. Is it Benson, Algier? Are those two you want?
Those would be the two I'd lean. Anybody you'd make a case for?
No, I like those two, and I don't I kind of think that here is like where Dobbins is moving to. I don't think he's going to move that much higher than this. Maybe he'll move up a little bit higher than this, but I don't think we need to be really reaching at this point.
Yeah, I saw some people saying they think that you get round 11 Dobbins. I don't know. Maybe we will, but I think it'll take a bit of a positive drumbeat. But like Algier was somebody that last year I drafted a lot of, and then this year hadn't been. And then kind of like I got back into the numbers, finished 10th in explosive run rate, ranked 7th in juke rate. And the gap between him and Bijan is the 8th biggest gap between an RB1 and an RB2 in the league. There are 15 other RB2s on teams drafted before Algier, and I was just like, this is too far. Like because typically you're seeing guys like Trey Benson, Jaden Blue getting drafted ahead of Algier comfortably. Like I think that Algier, if anything happened to Bijan Robinson, would be top 20 running back easily every single week, the rest of the season, if not higher. So yeah, definitely would like to be overweight on both the Falcons running backs.
And we've seen Algier, even with Bijan healthy, he has his weeks where they just he'll score 20 fantasy points. It's like, I don't know how that happened with Bijan healthy, but it did happen a few times. I remember there was a game, I remember because I tweeted about it, that they were late in the game, they were playing from behind. And I think because I had Bijan, I was upset about it, but they were throwing it to Algier. Like they were keeping him in on the hurry up offense, which kind of shocked me. But yeah, they clearly like Algier. So I think he's going to have a role.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see when Algier's contract kind of comes up. Where does Algier land, and what kind of price do we end up paying for him that year when he gets set free? Because we've just never really seen it, have we? And sitting behind Bijan, there's undoubtedly so much talent there, but no team has wanted to trade for him so far. A trade would look like such a small amount because teams don't like trading for running backs, particularly, and teams don't like giving up running backs who are on rookie contracts. So I'm not sure what it will look like or where he could end up. But man, I'd really like to see Tyler Algier have a backfield to himself, or at least 60% of a backfield to himself at some point.
Well, it's going to kill all your Bijan shares if it happens this year.
No. He's going to be on another team. I see. We'll give an unnamed running back an injury, preferably one who we don't particularly like, and then we can have Tyler Algier season. And then when we're overweight on both Algier and Bijan Robinson, as we would say over here in jolly old England, we'll be quids in.
We'll be quids in.
Quids in. Quid. It's slang for a pound.
Yeah.
There we go.
Got it. Nice. Not familiar with the slang. What's up, Meg?
Hey, Meg.
Yeah, I'm feeling good about this. So we're at 2-5-5-1 now. We added a couple more running backs. We have Kyler Murray, Drake May at quarterback, running back Chase Brown, Jordan Mason, Najee Harris, Trey Benson, Tyler Algier. Wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, George Pickens, Jacoby Myers, and Stephon Diggs. Tight end, we have Trey McBride. Again, still feeling good at every position. We probably want to add a couple more receivers, I would think. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, we started wide receiver heavy in the first few rounds, but we've ignored it now for how many rounds since we last picked a wide receiver?
It has been a minute since we took one. Yeah, since round 7, we have not taken a wide receiver. So we got 5 through 7. But yeah, we have
Yeah,
gone
and
away.
I'm kind of all right building like that because it's like we talk about it like these are the areas where we don't really want to take them, and then we get into this range where it's like you can backfill your stacks or you can shoot for upside. So I'm fine with that. Coming up to these picks, I don't feel like we need a quarterback here. Like
Yeah.
tight end wise, I don't mind Hunter Henry for a bit more New England stack. I feel like Hunter Henry could be the guy in the red zone. But otherwise, anybody that you'd like to make a shout for?
No, I think Hunter Henry is a good pick. That's the one that I kind of was eyeing. Mason Taylor, kind of interesting also, if we wanted the
Yeah,
bring back there. Do we
yeah, I'd be
want
good with that.
do we want 3 tight ends, though, is the question. Or do you have a preference?
I think with this quarterback room, yeah, let's go 3 tight ends.
Okay. And we're just gonna do 3 tight ends. We'll do just 2 quarterbacks.
Because I mean, something you talked about the other day on my channel with me and Tyler was, that kind of thing of being humble about what we don't know, and we can say all we want about how Trey McBride is for tight end 2 and how good he is, and how if he just gets some touchdowns, then he really can elevate to the tight end 1 conversation.
Yep.
But if he doesn't, and if that pattern continues, then maybe we do need 3 tight ends to make up for it. Whereas with Drake May and Kyler Murray, like if we're saying that they're good picks at ADP, then we're relying on the rushing floor. We're relying on them both taking a step forward in terms of how many touchdowns they throw and what they get out of a receiving room. So yeah, I'm happy enough to take a little bit more of a safety outlook on the tight end room.
Yeah. And they also just like they fit this team really well because we've got the game stack going on there.
Yeah.
So like normally with Trey McBride, I'm probably only taking 2 tight ends, but like also just kind of mixing up your teams a little bit makes some sense. And if Trey McBride gets hurt for a chunk of the season, like what if Trey McBride is hurt for 4 weeks and we need to cover those 4 weeks and then he comes back in the playoffs? We've got that scenario covered. So you can tell yourself a story where this is exactly what you need, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the best ball streets are littered with many of us getting high on copium on various narratives.
I've got so much copium. Yeah,
hey, the supplies never run out.
that's right. Tom, do you have a favorite beer? Do you drink beer?
Yes, I drink beer. I'm currently off beer for 6 more weeks until I go away on holiday. But beer, I drink a lot of IPA. Sierra Nevada
Okay,
is actually one of my very favorite beers.
been to that brewery. Okay,
Yeah, I really like Warsteiner, which is a German beer.
okay,
And then there's a few local breweries around me which do really nice deals on if you rock up and just pop by to their brewery. So, yeah, quite a lot of different stuff. No strong preference either way on particular type. You can catch me drinking Guinness plenty of times as well.
have you had Boddingtons?
Oh, of course, man. Yeah.
Okay, I
So
love Boddingtons.
I was in Manchester this weekend, and Boddington's used to be brewed there many years ago. I love Manchester, and Manchester's like the only place where you can get Boddington's on tap easily in the
Oh,
UK now. And I mean, Boddington's quite a weak beer, isn't it? So like,
yeah,
you can sink a few of those, but I didn't drink them. I stayed strong and just stuck to gin and tonic instead.
okay. And you're off beer until you go on holiday. Where are you going on holiday?
Heading to Turkey just this
Ooh,
year. It's been a long year. The kids needed a treat. We moved house a few weeks ago. My work situation has been tumultuous for the last 18 months. So
okay.
yeah, found a period of calm and decided we need some heat. It's time to go sit by a beach and let the kids go wild. So
That's awesome.
very much looking forward to it. But we'll come back to this. But we got 2 picks here.
I do.
So we need some wide receivers. I love Tutu Atwell, as we talked about the other night. And then I do like Darius Slayton. Anybody that you like in this range, Neil?
I was just thinking, Calvin Austin was near the top there. He's, people are talking about him up a little bit, like maybe he has some potential. I have not drafted him at all, so he's not. I'm not really gonna make a strong case for him. I'd be good with Slayton if you. I know Debro, like Dante Thornton was making a case for him. Could be interesting.
I think we could push that kind of, couldn't we?
Slayton?
Yeah, let's go Slayton. It just feels like, I mean, the reports out of Giants camp this week were that Russell Wilson was just making plays downfield, and I know it was predominantly with Jalen Hyatt in the reports, but Darius Slayton is probably going to get on the field substantially more than Jalen Hyatt when the games are actually played. So I'm good with that. I think 17th round Darius Slayton works for me.
Have you been to Turkey before?
I've been to Turkey twice before. Went with the kids 18 months ago, and then also got engaged to my wife 12 years ago, 13 years ago, but different parts. Like from the UK, it's quite cheap to fly to Turkey. Guaranteed sunshine, barely ever rains. So it's good food, cheap, good times. But you know what it's like? I mean, at our age, unless you're working on it, that stomach, it comes and gets you. So
yes,
no beer for Tom.
Oh, so that's why you're not drinking beer, because you're working on the beer gut.
Well, that, and also every year I've screamed out frozen there, Neil. Every year I run a half marathon in September, and this year my youngest daughter has taught me into doing it dressed as a hot dog. So I'm actually trying to like, normally it's like, okay, I can run a half marathon without too much worry that I'll come in somewhere between 2 hours and 2:15, 2:20. But if I'm gonna have to do it dressed as a hot dog, I'm gonna have to put a little more work in.
That's gonna be tough. Yeah, running. Have you ever run in a hot dog? Are you practicing in the hot dog suit?
No, and at some point I think I'm gonna have to. So what's the move there? Do I like just run on the spot in the house, or do I go to a gym and stand on the treadmill, or do I get up at 4 a.m?
No, you do it right, like during rush hour. You like run where all the cars are. You just like run down your hot dog suit. Be the show for everybody that morning. Entertain people that are caught in traffic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because you used to run quite a bit. Did you ever run in fancy dress?
I did not. I talk a big game, but no, I have not run in anything other than like classic running attire that I can think of. I can't think of. I've run naked because I was my Tufts University naked quad run was a thing for like, it ended I think just a couple of years after I left. Got canceled, but it was a thing when I was there. But no, I've never run in fancy clothes, I don't think, or anything really interesting.
So there's a big half marathon that's really famous in the UK that takes place in the Northeast every year. And my wife works for a charity who every year has a big presence at there. And so she kind of guilt tripped me into doing it. And my daughter was like, we were watching it last year when I didn't run because I had a knee injury. And she was like, why don't you ever run in fancy dress? And she kept going, running this, running that, running that. And I was like, well, if you run the mini run the day before, which is 2 miles, dressed as a hot dog, I'll run the main run dressed as a hot dog. And she went, deal. And I did not expect that, but here we are. So here hot dog costumes on order, and charity tweets will be had, and people will get sick of me. But let's get
That'll
back.
Be fun.
Yeah, well, hey, what else am I going to do?
Yeah, no, are you going to post pictures of yourself running in the hot dog suit? Yeah, that'll be. I'll enjoy it.
More than
we do need to figure. Do we want another running back or a wide receiver here?
I think it's possibly running back for me, because like, obviously we went Chase Brown early and then went 72 picks before we took the next one. I don't mind Blake Corum. I don't mind Devin Neal shooting for a little bit of upside. Is anybody outside of those two guys? I mean, I know Pat Foreman likes Miles Sanders at cost. I don't know.
I've been drafting a lot of Miles Sanders at cost also. But if you don't like it, Brashard Smith is there. Todd Brooks.
I tell you what, let's take Miles Sanders, because that is the one that correlates with George Pickens for that little bit of team.
Oh, that's true. All right, final pick of the draft.
We took George Pickens for upside, so why would we not take Miles Sanders for even more upside?
Oh, and do you see the note here? Taking first team reps.
I mean,
did that pick work? I have to refresh, I guess. I think we got him. Yeah. Are you concerned about who's taking first team reps in June?
No. I believe Dylan Gabriel was taking first team reps for Browns today after Kenny Pickett took first team reps a couple of days ago. Joe Flacco took first team reps a couple of days ago. So, it's like OTAs. The Ravens have cancelled tomorrow's OTAs because they feel like there's nothing to be gained from them. So it's, what most serious situations will get fleshed out in training camp when the pads come on.
Yeah, I don't read too much into it. There, you always get new tweets about like, oh, this person is catching passes from the starting quarterback. People get all excited about it. And it's like, I don't think it means that much right now. I think they're all just getting their catches from the starting quarterback. They're giving them all a shot.
I think it's like the most important stuff is kind of what the coaches say at this point, and where the players are healthy. Those are the two things that I'm looking for right now.
Yeah, exactly. We do have our next guest. Neil, are you ready to come on? I can see you. Give me the thumbs up if you're ready. Okay, Neil is ready to come on. We're bringing Neil on. Second Neil on the stage. Neil Farley, data analyst, has done a lot of great data analysis of these contests over the years. Some of it on bye weeks, a lot of different stuff. Neil, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. Happy to have this group of guests. Has been really fun. We still have not reviewed our team yet. So before we get into our next draft, we do need to review this team, and we can get Neil's feedback as well as we can review our team, Tom. So we ended up with Kyler Murray and Drake May as our quarterbacks. At running back, we have Chase Brown, Jordan Mason, Najee Harris, Trey Benson, Tyler Algier, and Miles Sanders. Wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, George Pickens, Jacoby Myers, Stephon Diggs, Tutu Atwell, and Darius Slayton. And at tight end, we have Trey McBride, Hunter Henry, and Mason Taylor. Tom, I'll start with you. How are you feeling about the team we just drafted?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about it. I mean, we talked about, I mentioned that I've done plenty of stuff on Hero RB lately. And for me, Chase Brown is the last running back who I can talk myself into a Hero RB build with. And this one kind of fits a slightly non-traditional Hero RB build. We've got enough volume between guys like Najee Harris, enough upside with guys like Jordan Mason, Tyler Algier, Trey Benson, and then Miles Sanders, who, I mean, what he gives us could be anything, but at the wide receiver, that's where our strength is, and Trey McBride for that stack. So I really like it. I think that it's possibly not the most unusual team out there, but I think it's a really fun team, and I've got plenty of high hopes for it.
Neil, I know you have not had a lot of time to think about this team, but do you have any first instincts on it?
I think it's nice to get the 101. It's nice to get Jamar Chase. Teams typically look pretty good when you have him on them. So
yeah, Jamar Chase is helpful for sure. Tom, are you? I guess I assumed that you would only be down for one because it's late there. But if you want to say, okay, do you want to give a shout out to any other content that you have?
Yeah, up? I mean, Mondays, you can find me on the Fantasy Pros Best Ball Show with Andrew Erickson. We stream different platforms, talk best ball strategy every alternative week. We do strategy, then drafts next week. Obviously, the Fantasy Sanctuary with myself and Tyler. We are drafting on drafters, Underdog. I will be firing up FFPC Superflex Sundays very soon. I mean, it's time to put up or shut up when it comes to best ball, isn't it? So lots going on.
Hell yeah. Well, go check out the Fantasy Sanctuary. Great content there all the time. Tom, thank you very much for joining me late at night for you.
I absolutely loved it. Cheers, man. See you later, guys.
All right, bye.
And Neil, we will get into another draft momentarily. But before we do, have you done any interesting research? Do you have anything new that you've learned this year? I don't know if you've gotten into your best ball research yet this year. I guess I just assume that you're always doing it. Have you learned anything new from research?
The issue is I'm normally kind of like somewhat looking at a few things at once. So I'm often not quite finished looking at any of them at the same time. So nothing that I like have to really go over. I've been trying to do a couple things recently of just like getting some data to look at more for weekly winners, which I'm finally have done. I just have been pushing off for a while, to be quite frank. And then I have something else that I'm like slightly working on, but it's taking me a bit longer than I anticipate, like most of my projects do. So
is the difficult part getting the data for weekly winners? Like, does Underdog provide that for you, or how do you even get that data?
No,
Or-
they don't like provide like clean
Okay.
CSVs for it, so it's kind of just like annoying to go through the process of like pulling that down.
I see.
But
All right. I thought maybe it was one because some of their data they're like really good at providing.
yeah,
it for
no, I mean
people,
it's always like hit and miss because like I haven't like gone back and looked, but I don't think last year they provided CSVs of the battle royales, but they did 2 years ago. So like I'm not really sure exactly like what the status quo is going to be over there, but I mean I know that they know people are interested in it. I think there's reasons they don't want to do some stuff and other, you know, kind of just like they don't care too much about like for business purposes that they don't want to do other things. So I mean I get it, but
that makes sense. Yeah. I was just curious. It was like, could I get that data? Is that easy to get? All right, good to know that you can't just like reach out to Rudman and say, hey, do you have this CSV file? Because that'd be cool if they did. But
that would be nice.
Well, then it just makes the work that you do that much more valuable because you go through the work to get access to that data, and then you analyze it for us. All right, we're going to get into a BBM draft. So again, we're going to be doing a 30-second draft, and hang on, I gotta do it on my phone. So give me a minute here. Originals, nope. So again, this is going to be a 30-second BBM draft starting right now. 6 more to start.
I'm much more used to the 30 seconds than the 20. So
for streams, it's just better to do the 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I agree for a number of reasons, but it's also just like the 20 seconds is a decent change for me because I typically try to do mainly 30s. Just stretch it out a little bit more. You do
30 seconds one at a time on your own?
Yeah, normally. I mean, I'm normally just doing it like walking around or something, so I'm not paying that much attention. I see. When it gets like to my pick, then I'm
you do the cardio club. I forgot you're doing.
Yeah, that's the only way I do the BBMs. So if I'm in your BBM, it's on a Saturday morning while I'm running.
So I'll probably never be in a BBM with you because I'm not really streaming in the morning.
No, you are not going to be in any of mine because you're going to be up late at night. I will be up early in the morning.
You'll run into Davis probably at some point. You guys will be in a draft together.
Yeah, I think I have been in a draft or something with him because I mean he gets up relatively early as well, which that's kind of my MO.
And remember, you live in New Jersey and run to
New York? I'm in New York right now. Okay. So I'll split time between the two. I grew up in New Jersey, so I spend like probably more of my time at the moment in New York. But the first week or two when BBM and like Underdog wasn't available in New York, I did run over to New Jersey once for it.
Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty funny. Just to enter, right? You just have to enter.
Yeah. I ran over the GW and then just entered some drafts and went back home. Yeah.
So I just pulled up my phone and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on, and this is totally unrelated to anything that we're talking about right now. But so a friend of mine was on a scooter today and got hit by a car. And he was supposed to be going to the Twins game tonight. I couldn't do it because I was streaming. Actually, I could have gone probably. But anyway, so they're all going, and all of my other friends are telling him to go to a doctor. And he's like, no, I'm just scraped up. I'm fine. I didn't break any bones, didn't have any head trauma. And I've been totally on his side of like, yeah, you don't need to go to the doctor if you're just scraped up. But they're all adamant, like, no, you need to go see a doctor. There's a lot of body trauma and getting hit by a car, et cetera, et cetera. So,
I mean, when you say get hit by a car, it makes it sound pretty bad. Like, if the car was kind of like short stopping and like, you know, barely kind of touched him, but like it still, you know, forced him to fall over. It's a bit different. But I mean, without hearing more, I'm more on the side of you should probably see a doctor.
You know what I think it is? Probably because he and I are the oldest guys. He's older than I am. We're the old guys in the group, and we're just like, our generation didn't go to the doctor for anything. Like literally, like my mom never took us to the doctor, just like was not part of what we do. And now people are smarter. They're like, no, you should just go to the doctor and like get things looked at so that you don't have pain that's going to last for like years, you know? So I think people are probably smarter these days going to the doctor. And we just have not gotten over the mindset of like, no, you don't go to the doctor unless you like break a bone or like you need stitches or something. So it's probably the wise decision is to go to the doctor. But yeah, I had my initial instinct was, why are you telling him to go to the doctor when he's like, no, I'm just scraped up, I'm totally fine.
I don't know. I feel like if someone told you they got hit by a car, you'd like assume, oh, so like you went to the hospital. Like that's
that is true. That would be the assumption generally.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't be like, oh, okay, like so like how was the rest of your workday? Like, you know, that's not really what's on my mind.
Yeah. My assumption is that like because he didn't break any bones or anything, my assumption is that it was like they were like just leaving a stop sign or something. Like they didn't hit him at 30 miles per hour, you know, or my guess is that it's like really like they were slow. They tried to slam on their brakes, like barely hit him. But I actually don't have any more details than what I'm telling you. So yeah, just kind of funny seeing they're like, no, you have a family to think about. You need to go to the doctor, and they're probably right. And it's just like that was not my instinct is like, yeah, if you just scrape yourself up, you're okay. But
I mean, I don't know. I feel like they're going to know a lot more, but I'd probably on the side of caution.
Yeah, that is probably wise. We're sitting at 10 out of 12, by the way. Still waiting on 2 more. We've been sitting there for a couple minutes. So if anybody wants to draft with us, get in here. Emwald asked. Sorry.
No, I was going to say something pointless. I was going to say I do love yelling at cars. So, like if I got hit, that really would be the prime opportunity.
Are you also a biker?
No, mainly really just running. Not super into biking yet. It just costs a lot to buy a bike. So,
I'm also more of a runner. Like I think if you enjoy running, then it's like, well, I don't want to. Like you have to to get the same exercise, you have to go twice the length or longer than that. So
yeah, like mapping out a route, having to like deal with a bunch of other stuff too. Like it just seems a lot simpler and easier just to say that I'm going to keep doing the same thing.
Yeah. So Emwald asks, where will you be sharing your weekly winners? Data this year is thinking about maxing it out this year. Where can you post
if I share anything, it'll just probably be on Twitter. Like I'll tweet out anything that I share as well. So you can just follow me at Feel Gnarly. So it's just my name with the first letters swapped.
Okay, so it'll be most likely just on Twitter, unless I can talk Neil into coming back on the channel to talk about it. I'll give it my.
Do you draft? Do you draft some?
I'm very interested in weekly winners. I didn't do that much last year just because I was streaming all 150 and I had multiple vacations, and it just became like I didn't have time to do it. I have thoughts on weekly winners that I think are sort of.
I would have looked up some of your teams if I knew that you did them. I feel like it's not that popular, but it like fills very quickly at the same time. So like I've spent more time like entering and doing drafts than I've kind of wanted to, because it's like already like, 25% full or something. So a lot of people seem to really like it, but simultaneously, I think a ton of people also hate it, which like, I mean, it's kind of like super flex in that way.
Nobody talks about it on streams and stuff because like a lot of people just are not interested in it. But
yeah totally.
It is to me an interesting format that I do enjoy playing. But I actually think that's what happened is I was planning on doing it once I was done with my 150 streams, and then it filled like before BBM did, like I think the week before. So I just didn't have time to do weekly winners last year.
It filled early last year, which was annoying too, because they made all of the final drafts slows, which I didn't really want to load on slows. I've been doing some, but like I don't really like to take a ton at once. Like if you just do like small batches, I think it's fine.
Yeah. So we got the 111 here. Do you have you sound like you like the 101. I typically like kind of drafting from the back of the board. Do you have
I don't care too much, to be completely honest. I do like getting Chase, but I just haven't had the opportunity that much. So it's nice to get it when you do, because otherwise like you can't really like bump that exposure up from any other draft spot. Right. So that's like kind of why I enjoy getting it. From most spots on the board, I think it's like kind of fine at this time of year. I do think there's like a, slight fall off maybe at like pick 16 or 17 or so, where like I'd kind of rather be at pick like 11 or 12.
Yeah, me too. You can get 2 players that I consider to be like in that first round tier if you pick at 11 and 12, whereas if you're
are there any players in the first round that you're really trying to like up your exposure relative to anyone else, or like decrease your exposure to one player?
Not really. I guess Justin Jefferson is one that I really like. Justin Jefferson this year. I'm just super in on the Vikings offense, betting on JJ McCarthy as a late pick. So I sometimes I'll take Justin Jefferson up at the 102. So I end up with more of him. But it's not something that I'm like really trying. Like I don't want to take him at the 102 every time type of thing. Because I want to have some Saquon. But yeah, so far I've been like with McCaffrey moving up. I have not been drafting a ton of McCaffrey, which I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on Christian McCaffrey.
Okay. This is interesting too. Like it's interesting to see because I'm honestly I'm more used to the weekly winners ADPs, which are a bit different. So I would go Amon-Ra St. Brown here. That's my preference.
Yeah, and to me it's between these four essentially for me typically.
I'm not a very big Bowers guy.
Interesting.
Not super in on him at this price, or really just not very big on like elite tight end in general. But
yeah,
I'd probably go Neighbors. I'd probably go Neighbors here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to be kind of a unique combo. Maybe not that unique, but
no, I do think it is. Like that's I don't think that like the uniqueness or like the differentiation is like that big of a factor, but you might as well do it when you can. And I'm honestly like a bit lower on Neighbors than the field seems to be. So I do like to get the exposure when he like falls a few picks. I think like at that point you gotta just kind of like take him. I mean, you can see all the reasons that he would be a really good pick, but it's also kind of difficult to like, I don't know. I find it difficult to justify in my mind because I'm not super sold on the Giants actually like being
a good offense.
Great. Yeah.
But he was so good in such a bad offense last year. Like isn't that the case? Like even if they just take the tiniest step forward and he was already just such a target hog, that maybe he gets a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you get marginally better quarterback play and you can start to convince yourself of a lot of things because of just the number of catchable targets and things like that you're looking at, especially like, touchdowns because they scored so few points last year. Kind of similar to Bowers in that way. But I do know like Las Vegas had so many passing snaps as well that like he was able to make up a bit for that with just like pure volume of routes.
Yeah. Interesting. Curious to hear your thoughts on Christian McCaffrey. We've had this. I was having this conversation earlier, and I have not been drafting a ton of Christian McCaffrey, and he continues to move up, and it gets scarier and scarier for me that I've been fading because like I don't want to reach for him now, and I also don't want to have zero Christian McCaffrey. It's kind of scary, but I think I'm going to end up pretty well below the field. It seems. Where are you at on Christian McCaffrey? Is he somebody that you're reaching to get, or that you're just taking whenever?
I don't view it as reaching. I just view it as taking him. So,
okay. So where do you take him?
Yeah, like I probably. I mean, I just take him right around like where he goes right now.
Okay.
I would take him above Puka sometimes if like I wanted exposure there because I feel like Puka doesn't always go at the 107. Sometimes
that's true.
He's like he hasn't had like as much like forward momentum. I do think like McCaffrey probably goes over him at a certain point, just based on the way that things have been trending, and like momentum and stuff like does somewhat actually exist for these ADPs. So I kind of think that's like maybe right around where he goes. So I want to have exposure to him. I was a bit jealous of people who were getting him in like the second round, the first week or two, because that seemed very enticing to me.
Yeah, and I get it. Like I understand. Like he's in the San Francisco offense. Typically, when he's been in that offense, like they just use him a ton. They give him 20 to 25 touches. He's really, really good. So like I understand the reasons to get there. I think my concerns are obviously he's getting older. He's been pretty injury prone, so he just seems to get hurt every year. And I kind of wonder if they're going to give him less of a workload because he keeps getting hurt. Like just like, well, why we've got Isaac Guerendo, who was really good last year. Like you look at some of Isaac Guerendo's metrics, it's like he seems like a player that you might want to have out on the field. So I'm like, maybe they limit his workload a little bit, and that kind of pushes down his. But
that's definitely like within the range of outcomes. But at the same time, like I'm not really gonna buy into that like without it actually happening. Sure. Like it's just like I don't really see anything that's like seriously pushing me to consider that to be like the most likely outcome at the moment.
Yeah.
So like I'm gonna sort of play with he still gets, you know, the bulk of the carries, and at the same time, like he gets like a 15% target share or something, which is just like ludicrous. So
I'm probably playing scared, because I think if you told me that Christian McCaffrey is going to be healthy in weeks 15 through 17, he'd probably be my 101. Like if I knew he was going to be healthy those weeks, I think it's mostly that I'm just like, I just feel like he's going to get hurt. Like he's been getting hurt, and now he's older, and I just have concerns from that standpoint. But
yeah, I mean, I am like typically a little too optimistic on the injury timelines and stuff for people, but at the same time, like I don't think the previous injury should really be affecting him at this point. So yeah. So who do you typically look at this part of the board? This is a area where like I'm not super confident in any of the players.
I'm not either. I would typically go like, I like Breece Hall here. I like Tet McMillan here. I'd be fine taking Mike Evans or Xavier Worthy, Kyron Williams even. This is a like I'll mix it up based on what I have. So we have 2 elite wide receivers.
Okay, I would go Kyron or Evans, whoever you want to get exposure to. Let's try that out.
Yeah,
I'm not like super. I don't feel like great about Kyron, but I still also think like, yeah. I mean, I think he probably. I mean, his ADP probably is around like the back of, or like the start of round 4 at this point. But
yeah, Mike Evans.
I lean Evans. You know, fairly boring, but yeah, like that's. I kind of like the running. You can get some decent running back value at the 5-6 turn.
Yeah.
So I don't mind putting on another receiver here, but I do kind of like not painting yourself into a corner with like going 4 straight most of the time. Obviously, like sometimes that's fine to do, but I do like getting a little bit of an offense that I'm interested in with the Rams. I think like if you look at the expected points for them, you're getting like a top 5 offense or so. So with the most likely outcome probably being that like Kyron's still most of Kyron, maybe he's not 100% of the workload that he was getting previously. Maybe he gets like, I don't know, 90, 85% of that. And like that actually does like impact him a ton, just because like no one's going to really be talking about him as like the pinnacle of efficiency or like splash plays. But just with the volume of points that they can put up, I think it's really enticing. And like that's where I'm a little worried about Breece Hall, where like he comes in to probably a run for slower offense, and he has a rushing quarterback that's like going to take some of those carries away in the red zone, and they're probably not going to be a great offense.
Yeah, I have concerns about Breece Hall. I know like Jacob Sanderson is super in on him, talks about wanting him like on all his teams. So I'm like, maybe I need to up my exposure there, because he was a first round pick. Like I think he's still pretty talented, but it is just the offense concerns me. I feel like with running backs, I like really think about the offense that they're in and like worry about. I think the offense is going to suck. It's hard for me to want.
Yeah, I mean, just so much of what the running back is like dependent on is just like their surroundings. So like, all of the injuries on the offensive line last year for the Rams as well, like that hurt Kyron. And like you can see, if you look at his, what is that stat? Like rush yards over expected and stuff. 2 years ago, it was actually like very good. Like people kind of didn't want to talk about it last year at all, but like his rush yards over expected were like very good, which I think is fairly not as talked about this year, given that like it's actually more of like a team stat and really important to have like your offensive line play well, just given the way that it's calculated and stuff. But I mean, last year was pretty bad, but if he gets like the offensive line back to, hopefully like above average, I don't think they'll be great, but I don't think they'll be as lackluster as they were last year. So I've kind of like come around to Kyron recently. I haven't taken him like a ton, but I do just think given the proclivities of McVay to lean into giving him the ball in those like goal to go situations, like he actually does have a quite likely path to like 2 touchdown games where most players don't really. I think like most of the time we talk about it, it's like, more of a fantasy than it is like a true possibility. Like obviously it can always happen for anyone, but like, I don't know, you talk about like, you hear people talk about like when Brandon Ayuk comes back, like he has all these like 2-3 touchdown game possibilities or something. Like maybe this is a bit of like a straw man because people aren't saying that, but at the same time, it's like you look at like Brandon Ayuk's career, he probably only has like a couple, maybe like 3 games or something where he has 2 touchdowns. Like it's just really hard to get multiple touchdowns, and Kyren has shown an extremely clear path.
So you're not buying the Leonardo DiCaprio theory with Sean McVay, where he just like he likes their running backs until they're 24, and then he replaces it with a younger running back.
I didn't know where you were going with that. I was hoping it was going to be a Ninja Turtle reference, but
yeah. Apologies. No, somebody tweeted out like just looking at like the lead back for Sean McVay offenses has been like typically 24 or under. Like they just like replace with the next lead back.
I mean that's definitely possible, especially like Kyren does fumble the ball and like he gives reasons like to want someone else in there, but it doesn't seem to be Blake Corum. Decent chance it's not
Jarquez Hunter.
Yeah, Jarquez Hunter. Couldn't remember how to say his first name.
All right, so we are back up. We have 1 running back, 3 wide receivers. Zay Flowers would be the sidekick choice. RJ Harvey's there. Joe Mixon, Travion Henderson, Chris Godwin. Anybody stand out to you here? Here's ADP.
Yeah, I'm cool with. I'm probably cool with Flowers if you like that. Otherwise I'd maybe just take Joe Mixon, but probably Flowers at this point.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a ADP faller, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, I was really not in on Flowers last year, and I think that was like kind of a bad process on my part, to be honest. Like that's a pick that I do kind of regret not being as in on, and like he didn't make me like eat it as hard as I think I should have, because I do actually think that he's quite good. But
what was it like because he goes before Lamar and like they were on the opposite side of the board, so you couldn't get the stack?
I convinced myself more that like it made more sense to be in on Mark Andrews as well.
As we all did. We all did that. Yeah.
I was like, Mark Andrews kind of like I think that's like more intriguing to kind of hit your wagon to. So
yeah.
Are you a Harvey guy?
He's probably falling at this point, so I would be fine taking Harvey here. I'm
not really that into Harvey, so
okay. Well then let's skip it.
I don't really care too much about who you take other than that.
I don't have much Alvin Kamara.
That's fine. Yeah.
Sure. Let's do it.
I'd probably normally take I don't know, in this range, I'm like not super sure. I'm like interested in the prospects of like James Conner and like some of these receivers, but none of them really stand out at this point. It's kind of like, hopefully you get someone to like fall back to this spot in my eyes. Like if you get, obviously the Zay Flowers is quite nice. I really like when you can get Kenneth Walker or Chuba Hubbard to come back to there. Like those seem like very reasonable picks.
Yeah, usually you're able to get like Jordan Addison. He wasn't there, or Romeo Doubs, who went. So this is just a
I'm interested in Rome. I like Rome. I don't really know that it's a good pick, but I love doing it.
Yeah,
it feels good. It feels good.
It does feel good. Like he could end up being the wide receiver 1 there in Chicago, and they could make a big leap. And yeah, there are reasons to like him. Kamara going to be dead. Yeah, I've not drafted a ton of Kamara, but he seems like a player that I've missed out on like 2 years in a row, and feels like I should probably get some Kamara at least.
Yeah. Once again, I feel like fair likelihood that like he just like doesn't end up being that great, but I don't know if they're able to put something together where they're like semi-competent, or they're just going to feed him a ton, because like I'm not very convinced that they're into any of the other running backs at this point. Devin Neal is like a 6th round pick. And obviously Kendry Miller hasn't shown anything since he's been in the league.
Yeah. So I was looking up, so I pulled up the Fantasy Points data suite. I guess I maybe could have opened this on the screen, but
okay. I have something in that I want to talk about later, because I have a player that I like that shows pretty well in at least one thing.
In the Fantasy Point data suite?
Yeah.
All right, here, let me.
What were you going to highlight?
Here. Just that, like, some of the metrics for Kyren are pretty bad. We're pretty bad.
Oh yeah, no, they were not very good last year. Yeah.
Let me go.
I just like. I'm not super in on. I mean, like, I don't know. At running back, I just think it's so situation dependent.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, agreed.
For the most part, unless you're like a world beater, I don't really care that much. Like, it's more of just like, how good is the situation around you and how many carries are they going to give you? Like that's
yeah. Like if
that way, like I'm
like, yeah,
certainly like more of like a boomer guy. I feel like, last year I love taking like Josh Jacobs and Isaiah Pacheco because I thought like, both I have confidence in like both of the coaching staffs and the offenses to put up points. And I don't know like who else they're going to get the carries to. Worked out for one, didn't work out for the other.
Yeah. Well, that's because of injury, clearly, for Pacheco. So I was really hoping Jacoby Myers is going to make it back to us.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit.
I like Myers. I think he just gets a lot of flack for stuff that like he's still pretty good. People just think of him as like a very blah player.
Yeah. I don't know why. Because he didn't score any touchdowns one year, but he like did everything else.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty good too once Adams was out of town. Like he's kind of just consistently shown that he like can play quite well.
Do you have players? So Pacheco is here. If you like, Pacheco is available. Anybody you particularly like in this range?
Not really.
Sam Laporta, a bit of a follow.
Don't care too much. If you've got a preference, then that's okay with me.
Yeah, I mean Sam Laporta because he's fallen. I have not drafted a ton of Sam Laporta, but he matches up with we've got Amon-Ra, so he can.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm not always like tracking the best when I go through this stuff, but it's I don't take a ton of Laporta, but I think it makes a ton of sense in this case.
I've starred Pacheco. I don't feel that strongly about it. Just I have not taken another player. I've not taken.
I'd be cool with like him, Pollard. I like Ayuk. Obviously, I think he's going to fall a bit more, but like all those guys, I don't know if
is Pollard your preference of this group, or is Pacheco your? I mean, it sounds like you like him. He is falling.
Up to you. I don't have a big preference between the two. I think it's like I would mix it at this point.
I've got a lot more Pollard, I think, so I think I'll just take Pacheco at ADP. Feels good.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I feel like either way, we're building like, the boomer is ideal, like underdog running back room.
Yeah, exactly. All right, where is my scroll bar? Here. Oh, there it is. Okay. So
Kyren's at the top, let's say. I mean, I'm sure that some of this stuff is very bad.
Yeah, it's like just.
He's definitely not explosive. Like I'm never going to tell you he's explosive.
Yeah, 1.9%. But then it was also like, missed tackles forced per attempt 0.13. Like I mean, Jonathan Taylor even worse. But like,
I mean, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny to me, at least, because like you look at Saquon, it's 0.14. So like.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm not. Like, I'm sure there's other things where Saquon's able to like use his speed to just like, delete angles for tackles or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to convince myself more of Kyren. Maybe I'll be like backing on him. I liked him a lot last year as well. I probably liked him a bit too much because I took him over Derrick Henry like every time, which doesn't look the best going back on it, but
he was still fine, right? Wasn't he like decent?
He was okay. He definitely didn't like sink any of your teams.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like he could just retain his role. Like last year, we all thought, or not, I guess not all of us, but a lot of us thought Blake Corum was gonna, kind of split carries there, and they were like, oh, they took another back who's very similar to lighten his load, and then it was like, nope, just anytime. It's like they talked about like alternating series, and then it was like Blake Corum would get one carry and be like, "No, let's get Kyren back in there." Just like McVay. Just
that was kind of funny when it was like mid-season. It kind of seemed like, oh, they might be like interested in this, and then it was like, no, like
they kept on talking
like 3 snaps.
and then like almost, and then like
I absolutely loved the storyline though, where Kyren was going to be the punt returner. That was so stupid.
That was funny. Yeah. No, that did not happen at all.
Yeah.
People very impressed with our start, by the way. We got
I mean, I think it's I think that's more just being lucky. They certainly don't like it. They certainly don't like it at this point. These are not the sexiest of people to
Pacheco and Kyren and Sam Laporte. No, we're taking pretty washed team. This is like the least slappy team outside of.
Oh yeah, I don't think that I'd be considered a slappy. I mean, I kind of like to hate on a lot of the rookies because.
Oh, do you?
Well, not like all of them, but like I think some, especially like some of the running backs, like depending on the path and like the coach speak, just don't really seem to have like as clear paths as I feel like some people make it out to be. Like Kyren was Blake Corum was drafted like as if he was like so presumptively like going to have like some role at pick like 120 or something last year, which like I think was just like a bit overly optimistic. And like the same went for all right, let's see. Can you sort by ADP for a second?
Yes.
I mean, I'm into Shaheed. I like Shaheed.
All right.
And then what pick does Goff go at? Because I have no idea.
He goes at 108, so we're right at ADP for Goff.
Okay. He goes at one. He doesn't go at 108. What does he actually go at? Because he's not. I don't see him on the ADP.
Oh,
so he definitely doesn't go at 108.
He's been moving apparently. I swear he's at 116 now. Never mind.
We should probably we'll take him as well.
Okay. But that's funny. Yeah, I was just lying to you, just straight up. I'm like probably a week old in my ADP assumption of Goff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to go back and forth between like different contests when they have like different ADP sets.
Yeah, I get that. So you've just been drafting like exclusively weekly winners.
Well, honestly, like because of that marathon promotion they did, I have like some marathons going on. I only do like 1 or 2 like regular season best ball stuff a week at this point.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I'll do like the 1 BBM on the weekend. And if they do another tournament, I like might enter it. Depends on what it looks like. I might decide not to. I got like 1 entry into the German Shepherd while I was walking the other day, and then it was closed by the time I was finished working the next day.
Yep. What's up, Who Him? We got a few fellow streamers in here. Both the Shope siblings showing up for the stream. Good to see.
Cool.
The Fan Speak crew as well. Billy's with us, says, I guess call me a boomer because I like Pacheco. Kyren will get volume. Amon-Ra neighbors are excellent. SLP will bounce, but love it. And yes, better complete your line stack. Yeah. I'm not super in on Goff, and I realize.
Oh, no, I don't think I've like taken him once this year.
Yeah, but we have the double stack, so it's like this is where you take Goff.
Yeah, totally. Just haven't happened to have that sort of work out, but yeah, I mean, I think like if you without having a clear stack like that going on, I'm never gonna take Goff basically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, if I don't have at least one.
Have you been in on Shaheed?
Sort of. Like I haven't been like reaching for Shaheed. But I'm okay with him at cost if I need a wide receiver. So I guess like
Shaheed's awesome. You got to get in on Shaheed.
I've kind of about that. Like I'm like he was so good when he was healthy last year. Like
he's like I mean, he gets really open as well in like some of the PFF stats and stuff that I've seen people tweet out in the past. I think he's just like very good, like straight up. And also, while I think this is frequently overrated, you know, the way that people talk about like being better in best ball and like the way they provide points, but there is something to it with like certain players, just like ones where you're running so many like downfield 9s and corners and stuff where, or like posts, 9s and posts mainly, where like he runs so many of those in the past that I assume that Kellen Moore will sort of run similar concepts for him. So, hopefully that works out. Obviously, like a considerable risk with the team just absolutely sucking, but figure with Kamara on the team already, it makes sense.
I think that my biggest concern is just like the quarterback play, like Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, big time.
Don't know what
big time. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the Fantasy Dog. Love to see it. Says number 46, like, just subscribed. Appreciate you subscribing to the channel and liking the video, doing all this stuff. Yeah, she made such a compelling case for himself last year. Yeah, this is exactly what it comes down to. It's like, I'm so ready to get in on Shaheed again. I was really in on Shaheed last year. He's a guy that Scott Barrett has always really liked. So I was really in on him last year.
Cool.
And then he was taking off. It was like, oh yeah, we're taking a step forward with Shaheed, and then he got hurt. And
I like that Scott's in on him too.
Yeah, exactly.
Birdie at 127 is that's pretty nice.
That's quite a value.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm a bit jealous of that. He's got to be one of my highest owned quarterbacks to this point.
Yeah, pretty feels like a pretty good click.
Can you sort by ADP again?
Yes, I can.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Can you scroll down a bit? Scroll back up. I mean, I'd be okay with taking Spears, or if you want to get Algier, if he's still around.
Yeah, Algier should still be around.
Either of those guys would kind of be okay. Looks like it's Spears. And then, what are you thinking here? Did you have someone that you were kind of eyeing up?
No, I was just trying to look at what quarterback outs we have. So we have Shuck coming later, Jackson Dart. So we might want to set up some sort of a later quarterback.
I mean,
Jack Besh could fit there.
So what our next ones are like? I mean, honestly, like I'm okay taking, if you just want to take like Love as well, I'd be okay with that.
Oh, that's true. And then we can probably get somebody else later from.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll see if he's around. But one of the guys that I like, that I think he has to be the guy I have the most of at this point is Romeo Doubs.
Yeah,
I think he's super underrated in a number of ways at this point. I did listen to like the start of your stream before. I'm pretty sure Davis said that, like, why would you pick him or something? But
oh, really?
I think he's a really good pick. Dude's gonna run routes. And at a certain point, I kind of just care about that. But also, like, I kind of think he like might actually be pretty good. Like, I'm not going to tell you that he's going to be incredible or anything going forward, but I do think he's very interesting when you just look at some of like the ESPN like open score, or if you look at the fantasy suite average separation score. His A.S.S is it's actually very good.
Is it really? I guess
yeah.
I have not
it's like
in the off season.
A lot of the Green Bay players show pretty well in A.S.S for last year, but it's it pulls through in the wide receiver metrics from ESPN as well. That like the tracking data also shows him as being like pretty open, relative to the assignments that he's getting and stuff. So I think those are like pretty positive signals. And he also he was fairly efficient when he played. He got like 1.8, 1.9 yards per route run. Kind of depends on like what site and stuff you're looking at, but like, that's nothing to scoff at. It's going to be his fourth year in the league. He could still be ascending, kind of like entering his prime. Like that's the pitch that I make to myself when I click it. And I just think so many of the players going around there suck, that like a guy that I can convince myself like actually has meaningful upside is pretty intriguing to me, at least. But I can see like why people wouldn't be in on it for a number of reasons. But
okay, now I remember the conversation, because Dave was saying you can't take anybody in the 160s. He was talking about the general group of like there's no
I totally remember that now, because he said the 60s because he thinks about it in the position. Which is absurd.
Right. Yeah, I was like, that is not. It's because he does rankings. Like those of us who don't do rankings, I was like, oh, I don't think about that at all. Like
I have no clue where that is.
Yeah.
I think Dobbs is like an awesome click. I think like there's not a really good reason, in my opinion, that he doesn't go in like the 120s or something.
Yeah, I mean, he seems so. I think part of it is like you remember he got like suspended for a game last year. Like his attitude was like kind of he was kind of having some attitude issues.
Yeah,
so
but
he
you know,
came back
you
and
say
he was
stuff like
full-time
that,
again.
like people say that for other receivers, and it's like, oh, like, you know, he's a diva, like he thinks he's the best. Like this dude's got confidence. Exactly. Like you want like I feel like the classic receiver like trope is, you know, you want a guy who like gets in the room and says like, give me the damn ball. Like he got suspended for a game because he said it so much. Like
that is true. That's funny.
How many people commit that much to the bit that they lose a paycheck?
Right. I guess, but I guess part of the concern is they added Matthew Golden. The coach was kind of iffy.
I totally I'm in on Golden as well. I think like they're the two that play in two receiver sets. So like that isn't always going to be the case because, you know, Green Bay does rotate a lot. So like Dontavian Wicks will get in there, but at the same time, you know, I think like they're going to play the bulk of the snaps. Dobbs is probably going to play like 80% of routes. If he got above that, I think that would be awesome. And then if Golden plays anything like that, I think that would be a nice win as well. You know, he just kind of steps into the Christian Watson role in my mind. I'm not super in on Jayden Reed, but I think it's a much more reasonable click than it was last year at this time, because it's just really hard for me to see him
don't do it
stepping. It's just really okay. I saw the orange and I was unsure for a moment. Let's sort by ADP for a second and just see who we should take with our second one. So we are going to get Romeo Doubs coming back to us in the 13th, but I'm not sure who you want to take in the 15th.
Yes, we'll take Romeo Doubs now. Is J.K. Dobbins still out there? How do you feel about J.K. Dobbins? I guess he is still there.
That seems reasonable. I'm not going to have a lot of him, but I think if we take him with the second one, like who else is even available? I don't know like how much.
Tank Bigsby seems fine. Okay.
Yeah, like I don't know how much like.
And Dobbins fine. Okay. Stafford is still there. Wait. We have Kyron. We don't have.
Yeah, I don't think we have. So do you have a running back that you like at this point, or like not really?
Roshan Johnson seems like he's doing the evading the bullets. Still likely to be the running back 2 there. I'd be okay with Roshan.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with that. I'd be between probably a running back or like a tight end at this point.
Do you like a tight end better or too late?
I don't really care.
Okay.
It's not a big deal to me.
Yeah. I'm
not sure. I'm not sure about like the Roshan situation. I feel like there's just a lot of like it's very like clouded sort of what's going on to me, where it's a little like uncertain, but at the same time like it seems pretty locked in like who's there, unless someone comes up for trade and they deem it worthy of pulling the trigger, which like they have done in the past, you know, bringing in Claypool and trading for like more and stuff. So
yeah.
Obviously, like that was a different situation, trading away the first pick, given that they might have wanted to keep Fields. But
yeah, it feels safe right now. Things that like last year at this time we were drafting Clyde Edwards-Helaire as the clear running back 2 in Kansas City. So like things that feel safe right now might not actually be safe. We need to obviously have to keep that in mind. But I don't know. It seems like as good of a bet as anybody right here. Like
yeah, I think it's reasonable. It's just like I'm unsure if I'm convincing myself that it's a clear situation and I'm just like gaslighting myself into that, or if it like actually is. Like I'm 50-50 on whether it is or not. I think there are like other situations that I can convince myself like he's the clear 2, but you know, he's not going to get any work. At least in this one, you can convince yourself if you want that like maybe Roshan does get work, maybe he, you know, ends up taking a larger role. But
I think everybody was like a little bit surprised that they didn't take a running back in the draft, and then they didn't sign J.K. Dobbins, and like there are all these like, all right, they're just holding on to the 2 they have, but they still like looked at J.K. Dobbins, so like it's not the safest thing, but I don't know. Seems like a good enough bet right now.
Yeah, I definitely don't care about them taking Kyle Monungai. I mean,
that's right. They did draft a running back.
Yeah, well, you know, basically didn't. Who cares? I think that's fair.
Right. Pretty late. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I mean, who knows? But I don't know. some dude out of Rutgers that I don't think was very good.
Yeah. Myles Garrett wants to sack A-Rod opening game of the season. Are they playing the first game? Interesting. So bad he says he's going to savor every sack. Can't wait. Yeah, should be fun. Oh, Billy says they're going to have to wait though.
Okay, yeah, I would like that's like that's one of the few matchups that I know for next.
Because you do weekly winners, so you know the early matchups, I guess.
Oh well, I definitely don't remember that stuff. I have like some spreadsheets that like can show it, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't done enough to say like how impactful I think some of those game stacks are. I think like sometimes that stuff gets a bit overblown with the way that people talk about it. It's like you know, how much do you really think that like stacking your random like 13th round player against your 17th round player is impacting things? Like I'm going to go ahead and say about 0% and feel pretty fine with it. For some of the other rounds, I think it might matter like a little bit, but it's still like it's a very, very small impact relative to like what some people let on.
Yeah. So I came into it thinking like just intuitively, I thought people are way overblowing the week 17 game stacks, because I'm like, people like when on like in DFS, the day of exactly who's playing, you don't have to worry about getting there. You're already there. Still, a lot of the pros don't stack. So like my intuition is game stacking is something that like for week 17, when we have like, you just have to get there. There's so many things that we should factor in before trying to game stack. But then you read the manifesto and it makes it seem more important.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is like it's just an interesting like question to think about, because you have like the optionality where like you're not locked into playing this stack. So like, you have Christian Watson just went.
Yeah. All right.
Oh my God.
Enjoy.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have a preference on tight end? I might just take whoever you like here. Gesicki's higher in your ranks, but Strange has a better ADP.
I do like Strange. Strange is one that I'm generally a fan of. Strange. They both do have the week 8 bye, so if we're only doing 2, but again, you're the bye guy for tight ends. That doesn't really matter as much, right? Like we're not.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like that might push me to taking Gesicki if like because like I don't care too much between them. But if you prefer Strange, I think that's fine.
I think but Gesicki's higher than ETR ranks. Let's just go Gesicki since it is a bye week concern. Like I like Strange, but also like you can get him late in every draft, so it's not like we have to go out of our way when we already have the week 8 tight end.
And then what do you want to do with our other picks? So I'm interested in getting Shuck in the last round or something.
Okay.
So then I think it makes sense to get another tight end, and then we can get another receiver probably.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate Keenan Allen. I think Keenan Allen's probably going to sign somewhere. If you have concerns about that, I wouldn't hate going like Dalton Schultz. Or do you have any other ideas?
I'd probably lean going actually, yeah, let's take Schultz. And then we'll
get him. I got him. All right.
We'll try and just take Wicks. So I'm okay with that. So if someone gets injured, at least like they both benefit.
Yeah.
So it's more stacked. I kind of like Schultz. I think he should be going in the same range as like some of these guys, even though he often goes a lot later. I have like way too much of him in weekly winners. I have to stop drafting him because
Schultz.
Yeah, just like for diversity on my own teams, I don't think it makes sense to keep drafting him.
Yeah. I want you to expound on your thoughts about week 17 stacking. So it's to you, it's just not much of a priority at all, it sounds like. And I know you're somebody who like you look at the data. So you've read the Mike Leone manifesto.
Yeah. I think like the conclusions that Mike came to are like probably somewhat more accurate than some of the stuff that like I've looked at on my own. Okay. And I know that like they have like a team and they have sims from like past weeks where they could like look at that too. But like at least the way that it's played out in the data that I've looked at to this point, like it hasn't seemed as impactful as I would have thought, where it's a minor bump in like your your possible like win odds or possible like top whatever odds. Like I don't know. It's always difficult to me because like people talk about it, but they never put like a number on like how much they think it augments their chances.
Right.
So it's like, you know, if I'm saying I think it's lower than you do, but you never say a number, like I don't actually know that I'm right. Like maybe you think it only changes your odds like 5%, but you're like, I only care about that 5%. But like maybe you also think like if you don't do these game stacks, like you're not going to win. So you need it. Like if you game stack all these things, it changes your win odds by like 50%. And it's like, there's no way that's true. But, you know, does it bump it by like a few percentage points? Yeah, like you can convince me of that. I'm just like, I think from some of the stuff that I've seen, I think it's not super clear cut personally.
Yeah.
All right. At least we got one of the guys that I talked about for probably like 2 hours on your streams last year, Daniel Jones, off the board. So
oh yeah. Yes. So we're not taking Daniel Jones, which I don't think we were thinking of. Do we take Downs or somebody?
No.
Okay.
I just saw him come off and just thought back to that because I remember arguing with some people in the chat that his bench odds were not as high as they thought, which you know, obviously that didn't run out well for me, but
yeah,
I kind of stand by the thought process on it.
I didn't remember what exactly happened with him. I was like, did he get hurt? Was it?
No, he just got benched, and like you know, they put in Drew Lock, who like predictably sucks ass. So like,
which is part of the reason you didn't think he was going to get benched.
Yeah,
right?
no, I mean like the whole thing was like, I think the coaching staff will get fired if they don't do well. But I think like partway through the season, they got word like they're not getting fired, so they weren't as worried about it.
Is it Shuck time?
Yeah, I would take Shuck if okay. Yeah, I didn't even see him on like your sidekick. So
and then is it Dontavian Wicks over Savion Williams for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you prefer Williams?
So we had this conversation with Debro and the Coach Speak Index, just some Coach Speak and the player profile. They kind of think that they might use him as Deebo Samuel light, but then also some of the Coach Speak has been like, no, I forgot who told me this. No, he's a wide receiver. Like coaches keep being like, no, he's not a running back. We're not going to use him that way. He's a wide receiver. So
also, if you want to take Keenan, I think that's probably better, to be honest.
Okay. We'll see if I mean, he only has 5 wide receivers, so I won't be surprised if this guy's going to take him.
Yeah.
I think he's probably in the chat. I don't think
it's like that big of a deal either way.
I'll queue him up. Oh, he did not take him.
Okay, yeah. I think like let's just take Keenan at this point. Like even though I think ADP kind of stopped mattering forever ago. Oh, Wicks was drafted? I'm surprised. Does Wicks normally get drafted in this?
I didn't see Wicks got drafted.
Where was he drafted? Oh my God, he went into the 15th round.
Oh yeah,
dude, what is going on with Wicks and Christian Watson?
Christian Watson being drafted is the one. These guys are buddies. I mean, look, both don't have badges. They both got the same purple background. They're conspiring against us. They saw that we had Jordan Love, and they're like, "We're going to take all of your wide receivers."
That's crazy to me. I don't think you could justify that in the slightest. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, well, Christian Watson's just not going to play this year, most likely, right?
I think he probably comes back, like, but it's only for the last like month of the season.
Okay,
you know, like that's the realistic timeline, and like, does he actually come back? How much does he even play if he does? Like, who knows? But
yeah,
that's insane to me. I saw the Christian Watson one come off, but yeah, I'm not paying that much attention.
Yeah. Deebo Samuel light after today's video. I made a short out of the conversation about Savion Williams, by the way. That was where Debro and Coach Beacon Next talked about him a little bit. They kind of sold me on Savion as a strong 18th round pick that I take sometimes. I mix him in. I feel like I
heard some people that are into like prospecting more that like we're not in on him. Didn't think that he could be like a true route runner or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah. I think it was more like the expectation of like, oh, he's going to be used in all these unique ways, like Deebo Samuel, which was also like the Malachi Corley thing last year, and we saw that panned out. So
I took way too much of him. That's for sure.
Well, like Green Bay is like one of those places where they actually do stuff like that. Like they use Jaden Reed in the run game all the time, and like
That's
they
very
use the running
true.
back
I do also, I really respect LaFleur. I think he's a fantastic coach.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's made some boneheaded mistakes in like very, very high leverage situations. So like it doesn't look as strong as like I think he made some pretty bad mistakes at times. Oh yeah, we could have also taken like Dart if we wanted to, but whatever.
Yeah,
I think that's
true.
I think this is fine.
Yeah, I feel good about the team. So I'll read it off. We end up with at quarterback, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, and Tyler Shook. At running back, Kyron Williams, Alvin Kamara, Isaiah Pacheco, Tyjae Spears, and Roshan Johnson. Wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Malik Neighbors, Mike Evans, Zay Flowers, Rashid Shaheed, Romeo Doubs, and Keenan Allen. And at tight end, Sam Laporta, Mike Gesicki, and Dalton Schultz. We left ourselves maybe a little bit thin at running back, but we did go hero. We took Kyron Williams early. And it's like even for like a 5 running back room where we didn't actually spend a ton of draft capital in it, seems okay to me. Like if these guys just like,
yeah, it seems all right. I'm like typically like I like kind of taking some running backs, so I'd probably normally go like a little heavier on that.
Okay.
Obviously, it depends on the room though. So like I think just given what came back to us in those like early rounds, that there wasn't a real opportunity unless we wanted to double up with like Breece Hall at that turn where you're talking about it. So we could have done like Kyron, Breece, and something like that might have been a bit heavier. But no, I think it's at least somewhat interesting. Like we have a fair amount of stacks on the team. Got some values, at least in my mind, a bit harder to tell not actually clicking the buttons and trying to talk to you, but I think it was all right.
Yeah, no, I think it turned out to be a pretty decent team. I mean, and we did get some nice enough values. We got the double stack Detroit. We don't have any Minnesota bringbacks. Just trying to look at the correlations now, which again, maybe they don't matter that much. We got we do have Green Bay with the bringback on that one. So we have Jordan Love with
who did they play?
Romeo Doubs, Zay Flowers bringing back in the Week 17 matchup.
Okay, yeah, I did know that. I did know that.
Tyler Shock we have with Alvin Kamara, which is pretty nice, and Rashid Shaheed. So double
stack.
Yeah,
that's why I figured it just made sense to kind of bring him along, because like we have 2 players together. I like taking Shaheed. I figure if we took Kamara earlier, it kind of just makes sense, at least to get some exposure to him. Doubtful that he's ever going to be like a breakaway star, but at the same time, we're very bad at predicting a lot of this stuff. So who knows? I highly doubt it. He probably sucks, but maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe we'll be surprised. What was I going to say? I forget who New Orleans plays in Week 17. Does anybody remember? I don't know. I don't know if we have the correlation there, but regardless, I think pretty nice team overall. We at least have 1 full game stack. It's interesting for me to get your thoughts on the Week 17 correlation stuff, just because I'm like, I have a lot of respect for you and for Mike. Like there are a lot of people who do a lot of data analysis, and I don't assume with everybody, like give them the benefit of doubt. I feel like both you and Leone are people that I'm like, I have a lot of respect for the way you think about this stuff, and the work that you do. So to your kind of like, you kind of have differing, results or takeaways from what you've looked at is at least gives me something to think about when it comes to the Week 17 stacking.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't think anything that I've done is really that like revolutionary, as much as like I just have a lot of time to kill. So like it helps out in that way. I do think there's a lot of stuff that you see from people that I think is like not super actionable or worthwhile. Which like sometimes that stuff can annoy me at times, as much as like people who use a lot of red-green color schemes always piss me off. So I've decided I think it's just better to let people who are trying stuff out like that, though, like it's neat to try that stuff out, sort of see what they find and kind of continue to develop in those ways, rather than just say like, I think you're wrong for this, that, and the other thing. There was a thread like 2 years ago, though, that really annoyed me about like ADP value and how it didn't matter. If I remember DMing Mike about that at the time, because it was pretty I was pretty annoyed.
I do not remember that thread. I just had a somebody else brought up another thread that somebody did that they were like, it was so idiotic and stuff. And I forget, I think we talked about it on a stream and I do not remember. Oh, Tyler brought it up on the stream on Monday. And I was like, I think it was Tyler brought up and I don't remember what it was about. So I'm forgetting all of these great bad Twitter threads from 2 years ago. It sounds like, unfortunately.
That one really stuck with me because of just like, it just logically made no sense, and it got like a lot of traction because it was like, oh, like just pick good players, and it's like, well, yeah, no shit, like that's good. Like, if I could do that, I would do that. But like, I mean, ADP, like there's some value to it. Is it always going to be like the most accurate thing? No, but like, given that a lot of people put a fair amount of time into trying to like evaluate who's the best and all of these things. And also like kind of, even if that doesn't matter, just having players at better prices than other people, like gives you more interesting like combinations. And like, even if there's just like the very, very slightest a bit of information built into that, like, even if it's not that big, which I think like it's fairly meaningful. I think like it's considerable that like, obviously it gives you like it. I don't see how you could really ever come to the conclusion that it doesn't provide you any value.
That's funny. We start so early that there's plenty of time to just start saying nonsense. That is true. So that's where those threads come from.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like I've said, like I'll put my hand up. Like I've said a lot of stupid shit. Like I will say a lot of stupid things and all of that. So
at the very least, we are all very wrong a lot of the time.
Yeah. I mean, there's like nothing's more true than that. Like, go look at my ROI over the last few years. Like, all I'm doing is losing money.
Yeah, it's been not the best couple of years for me in best ball. Last year in particular, of course, when I'm streaming all 150 was my worst year ever. So
I mean, I did not help you out. I know I specifically, I remember a few of the teams we drafted. We drafted one where I definitely convinced you to take Kendrick Bourne in the last round of one of them. And then another one, we were drafting with Dean, and we had Richardson, and he had the same bye week as Stroud, and Stroud fell like 2 rounds, and we took them both. I hated it at the time, and I still hate it now.
Yeah, no, we made some mistakes in that one. Yeah, I think that was one. I think that one might have been on me too, where we took it. I don't know. That was last year. This year, we are all going to win. I had a lot of very sharp people on last year, and not many of them helped me out. We all just did quite poorly. D'Lo Tomsky asked us to sauce his team. Are you?
All right, yeah. If he actually wants me to like sauce it, I'm cool with that.
All right, so he goes Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy, and Cam Ward at quarterback.
Can you move the sidekick so I can see the picks next?
Yes.
Thanks.
So Jaden Daniels at 45, JJ McCarthy 141. So we got value on all 3 of those. At running back, he has Quinshon Judkins, Javonte Williams, Ramondre Stevenson, Austin Eckler, Jarquez Hunter, and Taj Brooks. Wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams, Calvin Ridley, Jerry Jeudy, Keon Coleman, and Ty Felton. And at tight end, TJ Hawkinson and Hunter Henry. What's the sauce here?
I mean, look at those running backs. Like, they leave a lot to be desired, to be completely honest. Like, I'm just not. I take some Javonte. I'm not sure though that he's like very likely to have a strong role, and even if he does, like, he's kind of. It only really matters at running back, like I said before, if you're like a superstar. But I think it also matters if you're just like the worst, and like he might legitimately be the worst.
Yeah.
Austin Eckler, I think at least provides like some sort of floor value. Because like you're not getting a lot from some of these other players. Like, they're just not necessarily in a lot of good situations where I think that they're likely to get a lot of work. Things can swing their way, but I would want to see more out of the running back room. I think that it's a little lackluster there.
I don't hate Ramondre Stevenson. Like, I think Stevenson could, be the goal line back and retain a bigger role than we're
Stevenson's reasonable. Like, I still just I think there's also likelihood that they're not necessarily going to make quite the ascension that some people are predicting.
True. The wide receivers look pretty good to me.
No, I mean, if you draft a running back room that sucks, like, I hope that some other positions on your team are okay. I mean, the receivers are good. I was going to say like you could probably just do 6 when I saw this earlier. Like I kind of feel like you didn't really need Keon Coleman, honestly. Like I would have just pushed that later, and like that's obviously like there's a lot of adjustments we can always make.
Team,
yeah, like that I think would be a bit more compelling, and then you like change one of those later picks. Adding on Felton though, like that's your last round pick. That's completely reasonable. I think that's actually good. So it's basically like a 6 with like just a last round pick, which is fine. Just when you go with those like early receivers, you really want to make sure that you're relying on them fully. And you at least did like lean into that a fair amount. You didn't add on people like Dobbs. Like Dobbs on your team would be pointless. I would agree with that.
Right. All right, good sauce in there. I assumed that you were just around for one draft, Neil. Is that correct, or did you want to? We could do another if you have the energy and aren't starving right now.
Oh, it's up to you. If you want to do another, I'd do it.
If you're down for another, I'd do another.
Yeah, sure.
Might as well. I told my wife I'm probably only going 3 hours. There's a chance that we'll decide if my guest is willing to do 4.
Okay.
Then I'll do
I mean,
fourth.
if you want to do stuff with your wife, then
no. I told her I probably just like I won't be around for dinner was essentially like if my guest is around is willing to do a 4th, then I'm going to do a 4th draft. So let's do one more draft.
All right, cool.
I'm starting. Yeah. I'm entering right now a 30-second BBM. If you want to get in 4 more to start in this one, hell yeah! I'm glad that you're willing to hang around for another. I assume because you're on the East Coast that it's like I guess it's only 7 there. I was thinking it was later.
Yeah, I mean to be honest, for me, like at the end of this though, it's going to be getting a bit later because I mean, you're such like a night owl. Like the streams that you do go so much later than I am awake. It's difficult to sort of keep up with some of the stuff that you're getting up to. Or like I feel like especially last year, I feel like you did some kind of like randomly timed streams where you would just hop on with like 3 guys, and it's like I'm like in bed at this point.
Well, I named my streams last year, and this year I just haven't even been leaning into it. But it was Best Ball Whenever. What was the name of the streams? And the idea was, I want to just be able to fire up a draft whenever. Just like I think, just like regular best ball draft was like, all right, I've got a minute, I'm going to draft. That was kind of my motto was, all right, I'm just going to draft best ball whenever, and I'll do it on streams with some. But yeah, some of those were completely like we didn't plan it out ahead of time. I was just like chatting with Debro, Justin Steele, and Drew, Fantasy Guru Drew, and we were like, hey, you guys want to draft? And we just decided like to jump on a stream together, which was a lot of fun. I kind of love those impromptu streams. But yeah, for somebody who's going to bed early,
sometimes those can be like the most interesting because you just get like a nice like mash of people that are like sort of on the same wavelength or talking about something interesting.
Yeah, Midnight Steel streams. Yeah, pretty fun to get a major league pitcher streaming with you at 1 a.m. Just like
I'm gonna be honest, I still like don't understand that, but
don't understand.
Very neat.
Yeah, I don't understand how it became he's just a huge fantasy football fan. So like he like became friends. He sought out Fantasy Guru Drew like to talk about the stuff because he's so into fantasy football, and then Drew introduced him to myself and to Debro here. So then it became pretty fun.
Yeah, that is, very interesting. So we're in the same draft spot. Luckily, we get to run it back. Clearly made some catastrophic mistakes last time, so
we can right our wrongs here.
Yeah, or we can, just see how much better it feels when you actually get like an ADP faller in the second round.
Yeah. So far, things going pretty normal here. So WD Simpson now up to their WD Simp. Now up at the 2 hole. I guess I don't want to assume that it's short for Simpson. Maybe he's just a simp. Who's WD? Who's he simping for? I don't know.
Okay, I thought you knew that person because you said Simpson.
No, I feel like maybe he's on Twitter or something. Like I've seen the name before, but no, it's just WD Simp. So people in chat, throw out your assumptions. Who is WD? Who is WD? Who's this person simping for? Because I don't have any thoughts off the top of my head. Wendy something. I don't know. Malik Neighbors up at so we're not going to get the same draft as last time. We know that already. Malik Neighbors goes at the 1.6.
Yeah, the odds that we were ever going to get that again was quite low, especially because, I mean, just not very likely that it falls that way. But also, I'm unlikely to take even though I am like maybe it's like some emotional hedging or something. So I do root for the Giants. I'm not like that big of like a true fan for multiple reasons, because like they've been so bad for so long that it's not super interesting to follow them. I more just criticize them from the outside.
Ooh, we can get your guy McCaffrey at the 1.11.
Awesome. Yeah. I would. If you're going to get any exposure, you might as well get it at a value.
Yeah.
I only think that it's going to move up.
Appreciate Kevin leaving him for us. Rotosurgeon in the draft. A lot of we lost John Sarabian from Run Pure Sports, but a lot of the same names in this draft as last one. WD Simp is there again. Christmas Zone joins us.
Do you do slow drafts?
Oh, I love slow drafts. Yeah.
When I like occasionally, I love Nico here.
Yes.
I think this is this is a dream start for me.
Yeah, this is.
I prefer this one to the last one by like a considerable margin, honestly.
The funny thing is this was available to me for like months and I never took it. And now it's like, oh, sweet. Yeah.
When I do the slows, because like other people occasionally like batch them in at the same time.
Yeah.
I'll typically like enter them at like slightly different times. So I'm not in the same draft with the same people.
I'll batch 5 of them sometimes.
I'll do like a few or something, but I'm not going to like rip in like 50 at once in case like some other people do or something. It matters more if you're doing like some of the specific like smaller or like more time box contests, because like those the slows fill incredibly quickly because people can crush those. That's such a fun start though. I love Nico. I think he has just wild upside, especially with the new offense. I think that makes him a lot more intriguing.
Yeah, we may have just gotten the wide receiver one and the running back one in the same draft.
It wouldn't be hard to convince me of that. I'm fully willing to buy in on that.
Yeah. That was something that I did a stream with Sacrilegious, was I think my first best ball stream of the season. And I asked him for his hot takes. And one of them was that Nico Collins could end up as a wide receiver one, which would not be that shocking. But like McCaffrey, just like stay healthy. It's probably what it takes. Just stay healthy and you're probably the running back one.
I appreciate that though. That's like at least has like some likelihood of happening at the same time. I'm a little surprised. I feel like he I specifically remember some like hot takes he's thrown out on podcasts in the past, which were pretty scorching at the time, if I recall. Like 2 years ago, this was like before last year. So Jameson Williams hadn't done all that much at the time. Mm-hmm. And on a playoff stream, like he was talking about how he wouldn't be surprised if Jameson Williams had like a larger target share and was like more impactful than Amon-Ra like the following year. And it's like, I mean, that's pretty out there. But if you're going to do the research and try and look at this stuff, you might as well try and have some players say stands. Yeah. So
that's what Debra always says. Like, if I do the research, I put the work in to like have these hot takes, and then I'm going to stand by my takes. So yeah, why not?
Yeah, no, I actually really appreciate like when people have like more off market takes as well. It's like, I'm not going to agree with you because like I'm baking the market in a lot to most of the things that I think, but like I think if you're doing that stuff, like you should be willing to take more stands and like have larger percentages and stuff where I don't know. I feel like that just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So speaking of Sacrilegious, so I meant to ask you this earlier. Do you use any of these real-time assistance tools? Sac, of course, the Sidekick. He's one of the people who works on the Sidekick. Do you use any of them?
I don't. I don't want to pay for them.
Okay. Yeah. That's right.
I think I might make. I think one of the side things that I'm thinking about doing is I think I might make something for myself, which is a bit different than all of the tools available as well. So I don't think I could pay exactly for what I'm looking for. But I actually have been, because I've been caught up with some other stuff. I think I'm going to send him a lot of I'm going to send him a bunch of weekly winners drafts that I've done to this point because did you watch the stream where they were talking about this?
No, I just told him today I need to. Oh, we need to make our picks here, or one pick here.
Yeah, I don't really like this spot that much. I kind of hate the 3-4 turn personally.
I don't hate like Tet, Breece Hall both seem fine to me.
Yeah, sure. I'm cool with Tet. I'm cool with Tet then.
Okay.
It's such a difference. It's such a difference from like what I'm used to seeing in weekly winners. Also, who I'm willing to click because I think about the players a bit differently in weekly winners.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, guess what? What do you think Tet's? What do you think T Mac's ADP is in weekly winners? So what
30,
does he go here?
Like,
he goes
32. He goes here. We reach for him.
So okay, yeah. So he normally goes at 39 here. Normally, like running backs and quarterbacks go a bit higher in weekly winners. Bake that in a bit.
Okay.
But like he's like if you want to take Hall, I'm fine with that. If you want to take Hunter, I'm fine with that. If you want to take Worthy, I'm fine with any of those guys.
All right.
You know what? Let's just take Hunter. I think that's fun.
That is fun. Get the double rookie wide receiver.
Yeah.
All right. So I was thinking that maybe he goes earlier because some people are like, all right, I'm just going to try to win the later weeks. Like I'm going to win that window.
No, people are really out on rookies. So like, because
that has been a lot of people have like given the analysis of like, I'm just going to win. You should try to win the early weeks because you know who's going to be around. So I think that analysis is pretty prevalent. Okay.
I mean, like some of the stuff that I've looked into a bit. I haven't like fully finished looking into some of this stuff, but it's like, I kind of think a lot of that's like pretty overrated for some rookies. Like if you're talking about like T-Mac, like he's going to play. Like there's not a question about like how many like snaps is he going to be on the field for in week one. Like he's going to basically be playing 100% and like run every route. Like that's not really a worry. I'm not necessarily like, I think that's more the concern for like people in the past. Like I think I wouldn't necessarily expect players to get meaningfully more efficient in terms of like yards per route run. Maybe they get a few more like drawn up things. So maybe their targets per route run goes up slightly, but the biggest factor into this equation is going to be how many snaps and routes they're actually playing and running. Yeah. So I think that it's kind of like overrated for McMillan and Hunter. Like they're going to be on the field early. They just have to be.
No, I think I made a bad assumption that people were drafting that way, but I think that most people kind of understand that like Ashton, Jeanty, Tet McMillan, Travis Hunter, like they're probably going to be on the field.
Well, no, because like McMillan probably at least he used to be going towards like the back half of the 5th round or something, like behind a lot of the guys he goes in front of here, and like I think for like him specifically. And Hunter, like they don't necessarily deserve to be pushed down that much. I can understand it when you're talking about, like I don't know, like Jack Besh or something like that, where it's like I don't know what pick he went at or whatever, but like he's less locked in to being like the wide receiver 1 or like in Hunter's case, you know, the clear 2, where like there's not really a competition for him. Like he's not going to be. Like if he's losing routes, it's because he's playing defense. Like he's not losing routes to other receivers.
Right. Yeah. No, that makes sense. So yeah, I guess it sounds like maybe people are factoring it in, that like they're drafting for early on and then they're not taking McMillan because my
contention is that they're thinking about it wrong, where like they're thinking about it as like, oh, like these rookies are like just late season plays.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's like frequently not really the case.
No,
like
not for the early drafted guys.
That's my thought process at least. Like I'm still looking into some of it, so like I don't want to say that I'm right. But yeah, it's just like people are, you know, thinking in the way that it's typically been pitched, and like maybe it once was, but I think that's like less so true now with the way that these players are treated, where they're really put into that role immediately, and like people are thinking like, oh, I don't want to be playing for later in the season, but really these guys are actually like full season plays.
Right.
Like one of the things that annoyed me the most about listening and like watching streams last year and stuff was people talking about Marvin Harrison as like, oh, like he's the late season hammer. It's like you're taking him at the 1-2 turn. Like
right.
This dude better score points.
Yeah.
Like if you think that he's just gonna like be so much better late in the season, like I don't know, like how I don't see how that ever made sense. Like
no.
he had to be good immediately.
I don't feel like maybe we listened to different streams, but I feel like that was sort of like understood, like the streams that I listened to,
I mean, I think like sometimes it was like
and
people just said it as like filler because like,
okay.
You're talking for like hours at a time.
That is true. It can be tough sometimes.
Yeah. Like I get that. It's just like, I think some people buy into that a little bit and it's like,
yeah,
no. Okay. Yeah. So this is kind of like the ideal situation for me where like I said last time, I really like having Walker and Hubbard coming back to this spot.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm quite happy with how this worked out.
So we'll get one of them at least.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm so much more comfortable with. Yeah, I think that's pretty easy for me. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, Walker was the player that I wanted there, and I've drafted a good amount of Hubbard also. But yeah, I think the JJ's article does scare me a little bit when it comes to Hubbard because he's also on the list of like he's really bad targets or yards per route run.
Yeah,
now
which is like kind of astonishing, like how low it was. Especially he caught a fair amount of balls.
Yeah,
he caught like 42 or something receptions last year.
Yeah, just ran a lot of routes, I guess.
He ran a lot of routes, and the receptions he got were like super inefficient.
So now we do have Roma's back here if we want him. Olave, Jeanty, who do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with Rome if you want to give that one a go.
If there's somebody else that you prefer, I'm fine with it.
No, I'm fine with any of these guys. I don't have like major preferences. I mean, I'm not very into Godwin at the moment. I kind of like the idea of Juwan Jennings, but once again, like that might be a thing where I'm like getting out over my skis. Like,
I do too. I've been drafting a lot of Juwan Jennings also. Yeah.
Yeah. So I do think that Rome is at least like an intriguing player. It's just a weird situation because like, okay. Good to see you, Pepper Tony.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
But yeah, like it's such an odd and like interesting situation because Caleb was very bad, but like obviously the surrounding supporting cast in terms of like the coaching was extremely poor. So it's kind of like hard to fully account for that and know like how much should I bake that in? Like how much of these mistakes are like in the way that he was coached because like we're told all of these things about how he's like, this fantastic prospect. Like quarterback's obviously a lot harder than other positions too, but yeah, I don't know. I feel trepidatious about getting in on it, but I also feel, the same way about being out on it. So I'm not sure about like kind of how I should be leaning on it.
That's like me with Christian McCaffrey. Like I don't feel like I've been kind of faded him and I'm really scared about it. And I'm like, I don't know that I want to do this. This might be really dumb. So I think Christian McCaffrey a lot scarier to be out on than Juwan Jennings. So yeah.
Yeah, like Juwan Jennings or Rome. If I'm out on either of them, I can live with that. Christian McCaffrey, if you're putting a big fade on him, could just end you.
Yeah, he might be the first round pick that you need. Yeah, exactly. And I tend to like these drafts also where we start. We got 2 running backs, 4 receivers. Like we're pretty balanced so far. We're not like forcing ourselves into any particular build. Is this? Do you have a particular way you like to start, or are you just like, I'm going to let the draft dictate how I take my picks?
Well, I think most people would say they're that way, and I think you should be, close towards the. I'm just gonna sort of see what the draft throws at me. Like, I think it's ill-conceived if you come into a draft with a pre-assigned strategy.
Yeah.
I can understand if for like streams or something, you kind of come in and say like, I want to try this or do this or whatever. And like, you can come in with like a preference for something you might want to try and get or anything like that. But, you obviously have to adjust to kind of what's available to you.
I just did a stream, or not a stream. I pre-recorded a video about on DraftKings. I was like, I want to test out zero RB, but in reality, if either of those drafts, like if a running back had early on fallen to me that I really wanted, I would have scrapped it. I would have taken the running back. So even for the content, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going out of my way to like draft a specific way. I'm very much let the draft dictate me. I remember you having this conversation in the comments of one of my YouTube shows last year, because I had somebody on who was like, I really like zero RB. I'm just going to do it for all 150. All right, let's make our pick. Here's ADP.
Who stands out to you? I like Jones. I probably like Jones the most.
I'm good with Jones.
Yeah, I guess we gotta get you someone so that you can draft another McCarthy team.
That is true. Although I'm of the opinion that like McCarthy and Jones, like that's probably not enough for me to want to draft McCarthy. Like,
no,
just
I think
like,
I think that's fine. He's not like a major, like I want to get him now.
Yeah. If we added Hawkinson, then sure. I like Downs.
Yeah, sure. Downs is cool with me. I would have probably leaned towards like Diggs if he had come back around.
Yeah.
The pause for me with Downs is just how many 2 receiver sets they run in Indy, and like that's sort of where I get a little bit worried, because he just doesn't. It's the same thing with Reed. Like why I don't really like Reed all that much in the same area is they don't play in 2 receiver sets like at all,
right,
basically. So that's a meaningful amount of routes that are just completely unavailable to them. So if they lose any other stuff, or they're not as efficient this year for one reason or another, that hurts a lot more rather than someone who's able to be out there for every snap.
Yeah, I feel like this is we talk about left wing and right wing slappy picks. I don't know if you've been part of that conversation at all, but I think Josh Downs fits very much the
I'm not sure that I like have always followed some of the terminology.
It's a new one this year that was just made up on a stream. But somebody in chat earlier described it, and I thought it was a good description of left wing slappy is based on efficiency metrics. Right wing slappy is based on players that get projectable volume, so I think Josh Downs is like the left wing slappy pick of all left wing slappy.
Yeah, I like. How big of a gap do you view between Downs and Pittman?
Around, like I think a little bit more than they currently. So Pittman just went later in the same round as us. I think I like Downs more than this gap between the two of them. Do you disagree with that?
I view them as pretty interchangeable.
Okay.
To me personally, just like, I'm possibly reading into things too much, because like part of this too is like I'll fully admit, like I'm definitely biased, because like I just wanted Pittman to work last year, because I felt like there were a number of angles at times during like DFS last season where I thought he was a more interesting play, because people were in on Downs, and like I don't really think the skill gap was like enormous, and you just needed it to work out for one game, so like that's a bit different.
No, I get that.
And like I just tried to convince myself that like Pittman was going to work, and then I learned at the end of the season that he had a broken back the whole time. I mean, I knew he like injured his back at one point, but like he had a broken back, which like I think that would affect your play to some extent.
So I actually have not looked closely at the stats. I pulled this up, like kind of curious to see, because I feel like a lot of the analysts that I listen to are super in on Downs over Pittman.
Yeah, I do think like Downs is definitely like shown more than Pittman.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to look at like last year, but if you go back like 2 years, like I'll look it up. Let me see.
Did I miss Pittman here?
Yeah, so you go back 2 years, and like he has a 109 catch season for like 1,150 yards. Seems like a player that is still intriguing.
Yeah.
Especially with him more likely being the target on plays like RPOs, which I anticipate them to run a fair bit. But, I do think Downs like is more skilled and stuff. Like it's just, I think that they're like the gap in skill is like not necessarily as wide as people make it out to be. Then again, like I haven't done like a full set of things on like player analysis to this point. So I'm still kind of working through some of that. All right, let's see. Who do we have?
All right, Purdy went the pick before us. Payne. We can probably wait on quarterback. We can take Trey Harris would give us another quarterback out at the next. Or Rashid Shaheed is still there too.
I'm cool with doing something different and just taking Harris this time. I think that's fine.
He's a guy that Debro was like super in on. So I've been drafting a lot of Trey Harris since before the draft, and then he goes to a great landing spot. So I'm very in on Trey Harris. Now the sidekick is telling us throwing a bunch of quarterback names at us. We could likely wait. Based on
I think
ADP.
we probably don't need to take one at this point. I think this seems a bit early to me. I'd take a running back or a tight end at the next pick. Do you like any of the tight ends here?
I'd be fine with Mark Andrews.
Do you want a running back then?
I could take Zach Charbonnet, Tyrone Tracy. I think Charbonnet would probably be my lean of this group. Do you have some or Najee?
We have Walker, right? I don't really feel like taking.
Oh, we do. Yeah, you're right. Mark Andrews, I don't know. Do you have a preference of these?
I'm fine with Tracy. I think let's mix that in.
Okay. Nice. Tracy was.
I think Andrews is fine too. But
so I do want to point out. So just speaking of the difference between Downs and Pittman, this is a pretty big difference in terms of first downs per hour, and this is one of those metrics that I've been taught by Fantasy Points. Is something to look at. Downs was 20th overall last year, and obviously like the quarterback play is going to affect.
You can just type in Colts up there, and they'll both come up.
Oh yeah. So there was a pretty wide gap by this metric at least.
Yeah, there's definitely there's a bit of a distance there for sure.
The first three target share not all that different.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like if we're just gonna look at like last year, like I'm gonna lean on
Downs.
I'm gonna lean on the fact that his back was broken.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like that's what I tell myself.
That's fair.
I'm not sure that it's like fully justified though, because Downs has the only thing Downs has done when he's been in the NFL is shown that he can play.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people in on him for those exact reasons, but I'm less in on him. But I do think it's like interesting at times if you want to like double tap Downs and Pittman. Because I'm known to lose money betting on Daniel Jones, so I'm in for another year. Best known for,
yeah.
Yeah, I have.
I mean, with A-Rich is a little hurt now. Like, yeah, talk yourself into
it. Daniel Jones is my most drafted weekly winners quarterback at this point.
Okay.
I mean, he's just been free basically the whole time. So
it sounds like you are you're undecided about how much you want to share about your weekly winners research.
Well, I haven't done too much at this point.
Okay.
I've got data and have tried looking at some of that like rookie stuff just because like intuitively I think it's a bit overblown the way that people talk about some of these like first round picks like kind of getting better late in the season. Like
right.
Like I know that if you look at like Brian Thomas's season that did happen, but I'm not super convinced that like that's something that we should anticipate to happen with first round picks. I think like later round picks, that makes sense to me. They might not deserve the role or like get a shot immediately.
Yeah,
but
Tyrone Tracy last year had to earn.
Yeah, exactly, like stuff like that.
And he was a 4th round pick, I believe. That makes sense.
Sorry, I was just you go first. You go first.
I was gonna ask, because you're taking Daniel Jones. I'm curious if you are usually taking multiple quarterbacks. Do you ever just take one quarterback in weekly winners? Like, do you have a definite strategy there?
Yeah. So like once again, I'm not like I'm just mainly going off of like intuition at this point, but I've heard some other people say that like they think you should like only take one quarterback, which like I think is I think it's like definitely worse personally. I'm like, I'd be really surprised if like that was the best move most of the time.
So it was the first year that I played, I took one quarterback a lot of the time. Just because I was like, I'm focusing on like these two specific weeks. So I would just take an elite quarterback who's going to be good that week. But then Michael Chang did the Pete Overzet's podcast last week and was very clear, like multiple quarterbacks, like taking a quarterback later that a lot of people don't draft is typically going to be good. So I've changed my thinking there. Let's make our pick. Do we want Stroud?
Yeah, I like Stroud.
Yeah.
Would have been nice if Lawrence came back as well, but
yeah,
this works.
Yep.
And then for other quarterback options, we have people that we can wait on. Bryce will come back.
Oh, Herbert went too. So yeah, we had multiple of our outs went. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess our other outs are probably later, typically better picks.
Yeah, I don't mind taking Goddard or Ferguson. Not Ferguson. Goddard or Kincaid or Ferguson.
Not Kraft. Interesting.
Well, you can take Kraft if you want to. I don't. I think they're all. I think that all of these guys are rather equivalent.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm just like not. I don't know. I have to look at Kraft more because I'm more convinced the other guys are good bets at this point. Kraft, I think, could be. I'm just not sure.
Okay. Yeah, Kraft to me is like just watching him play. I feel like he's pretty good, and like the coach pick has been pretty good. So I kind of like Kraft where he's going in drafts, but I take a ton of Dallas Goedert.
He was super good after the catch last year, which looks fantastic on a highlight reel and stuff, but it's also like harder to carry over season to season.
Yeah.
So like I don't think that stuff's as sticky as some of the other things as much as like getting open. So I don't know though. It could be like different for tight end, and I think he's reasonable. I don't know. I guess maybe I just believe in the receivers too much for the Packers. That pushes me down slightly.
Yeah, that's fair. And there was some coach speak that was like, could Tucker Kraft be your top receiver this year? And they were like, yeah, sure, it could be. Like, I don't know, but it was pretty non-committal. It's kind of like
that would surprise me. That would surprise me at least.
Yeah,
maybe it shouldn't, but it would.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would probably surprise me too. But I also think there's just like 5 guys that it could be. Like it wouldn't be that shocking if they're the lead receiver.
Yeah, no, that's one of the more wide open passing games.
Yeah. All right, so back to weekly winners. One quarterback. So your intuition is, and it sounds like it's in line with the data, to just like one quarterback is bad. So I'll tell you my original thinking, and I think a lot of people had this thought, is just like, I'm just going to build out, this is going to be my stack, and I'm going to try to win these weeks with this stack, and then build around it with as many shots at like wide receivers who are in good matchups, or in a dome game, and then running backs who are in good matchups, that kind of thing. So just build around like the primary stack. I adjusted that since then to like, maybe I'll just build around 2 stacks and just hope that one of them hits, and then maybe have more outs for other weeks as well. So I have adjusted, but so it sounds like you are very much.
I really think you want multiple quarterbacks.
Okay.
Like, I just think it gives you more optionality. Like I get like also reasons that people might say that, it's like you're competing against the whole field. Like you kind of want to have like the maximum number of like options with like quarterback A in there. 'Cause like otherwise you're limiting like your teams with that person. But at the same time, like I really think that you want the optionality of having another guy in there. The odds that you're actually like using them, especially, I can understand it if you take like a second round quarterback. I think if you take Josh Allen at pick 15, where like he regularly will go there in these drafts. So like if you take that, I understand that fully. I think if you want to just roll with solo Josh Allen, makes sense to me. Like that's cool. I just would never do that with like Burrow. Like I'm not going to roll up with solo Burrow.
Yeah, and I think part of my thinking was also like I was typically building around the like more expensive stacks, and then so that was kind of like my first year doing it, that was my most common approach, was taking the elite, like I'm just gonna like have a quarterback who's gonna put up 30 fantasy points and have the stack with him, whatever. All right, let's make our pick.
So
Bryce Young.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
We go J.K. Dobbins.
Sort by ADP. I think we just take Bryce Young. You know, the guy has 2 quarterbacks on the end, but I don't know who that is. Let's just take the quarterback. I think that's the safest pick.
That probably makes sense.
Like if our quarterback got taken from us, it would be quite annoying in my opinion. So
yeah,
I always think it's worth. I will frequently reach for quarterbacks because
I will also.
You know, if you don't have stacked quarterbacks, I think your team is just not good. And like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not necessarily okay. Yeah, I mean, all right, okay.
We got the Daniel Jones out though.
Yeah, thinking about how things can come together here. So yeah, I think Dobbins is interesting. So that can be our 5th one, and then we can take a 7. Do you want a 5th? Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's just take Dobbins. Who cares?
I mean, he's fine. I think this is. I think he will rise above.
Where I think he's going to go above this.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty good for us to get him there.
Yeah, I'm just considering like how much do you want like a 5th running back versus an 8th wide receiver, and I think you probably do want the 5th running back because I think it's just a better pick. Like versus each other.
Okay, so weekly winners, 2 quarters. So I think also.
I'll do like a lot of weird stuff. And like, I don't know that this is like good yet. Like, maybe I'll never know and I won't know for sure. But like, yeah, I think I build a lot of 2-3 quarterback teams. Like, I think that's good. Is it, I'm not positive. Like I just think that you want like your skill position players to come earlier most of the time. Like with these setups that I'm typically finding myself in where like, I have to convince myself again that some of these early quarterbacks like can work because it feels really bad clicking them in the 2nd round. Yeah. And like, that's a barrier, just the pure like feel of being like the ADP is vastly different. And like, I just have to accept that.
Yeah.
Like I'm having a hard time with my first, like, 30 drafts or 40 drafts or whatever, trying to like get over that barrier. When some of them fall, I'll go for it. Like I've taken, some people in I did a Lamar team the other day where he fell probably 7 picks to the 3rd round. And like, that was enough for me. And it actually kind of having that happen convinced me that it was more viable than I was previously thinking because the stacking options for some of these quarterbacks that are elite are actually like, pretty easy to get where Zay Flowers in some of these drafts will actually fall back to the end of the 6th round at times.
Really? Okay.
Like it's a lot different. It's also, I don't have numbers on this. I am quite sure it's true that the standard deviation of like when players are picked it's way bigger. It's definitely bigger. Like I have no doubt about that.
So my first year playing weekly winners, that was not the case. So I sort of developed, and I kind of came around to this from my perspective was I want to draft around a couple weeks, like 2 to 3 weeks, like figure out this is the stack that I want, and then just like build around that stack for these 2 weeks, and just like pick out weeks where you can build around it. At that time, the ADP was not weird at all. So I kind of by accident then came to the conclusion that I think, and I have no data to back this up, but I suspect that one of the bigger levers you can pull in weekly winners is combinatorial ownership differences, like just taking combos early and often that other people are not going to have. But then I noticed last year when I was doing drafts, it was like, oh, well, a lot of people are just drafting like way different than regular best ball. So that's like if everybody's doing it, then I can't even count on like my unique combos being that unique. And it's like, okay,
I mean, if I'm at the 12 spot, I just pick like random shit, to be honest. And it's like, is that good? Like maybe not. I tell myself it is because like, the differentiation matters so much more in weekly winners. Like in these, people talk about it a lot and like I'll harp on it till the end of time. I don't really care how different my team is. Like, I just don't care. It's not a big deal for the most part. Like I do think there are times where like it matters. It matters a little bit. And then there are times where like it actually matters like a decent amount, but still not anywhere remotely close to as much as it matters for weekly winners. Like it's really like the name of the game in those cases.
Yeah. Okay. Glad we are on the same page.
Where does Daniel Jones go? Because I want to take him.
So he's probably rising. So his ADP is now 199. So my guess is we probably need him at this turn if we want him.
Yeah. Here, go to tight end first because I think we take Schultz again if he's available. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we've got that.
Yeah, because you stacked up. So I feel like let's do that one first. It's less likely Daniel Jones gets picked here.
Yeah.
And then yeah. I don't know. It is, I mean, good hit for Chris in the chat to win 2K in it. I lost like $300 or something last year, but you know, I think looking at my performance at the same time, I actually think like I'm relatively happy with it. And when I consider the fact that I was definitely not on a lot of very good plays, it kind of makes me simultaneously feel a bit better about only losing that much money.
Yeah. I think that so 2 years ago I played a little bit more, and I think that my top 1% rate was pretty good. So I was like, all right, so I've got something to hang my hat on, even though, but it's like it's so top heavy. It's like if you don't,
you got a top 10. You got a top 10.
Yeah, it's like okay,
it's like
it doesn't matter how good you drafted if
you don't top 10 out of like 387,000 teams, it does not matter.
Right.
It does not matter. Like I had teams finish in like 23rd and like 20th or something. It's like you get like a decent amount of money back for that. So like it's not meaningless. Like it does matter, but it's like the difference of me losing like $500 and $300. Meanwhile, if like on one of my teams, I was looking back at it just because I was like starting to look at some of this stuff, and it's like my team used Jaden Reed, and if it had used Romeo Doubs or like because if I had drafted him the same week, like I would have won like $7,000 or something. It's like just the difference of having an additional like 6 or 7 points on that week would have like bumped me up like 15 spots or something. And it's like, oh God, like that sucks.
There's just so much luck involved in
a ton.
Yeah.
Like it's unimaginable to most people, even the people who play this, like how much luck is involved in it.
Yeah.
And like that's why it's always it will always be overrated and until the end of time, like how much like winning, especially just a best ball tournament, like how good does that mean you are? Like it doesn't really mean that you're good.
No. But people will assume that you are like the greatest player on the planet if you win a best ball tournament.
I'm also like, just to be clear when I say that, like I'm not saying that anyone who's won tournaments like are bad. No. It's more of just like I could play this for decades. I think that I'm at least like above average in best ball. I'm quite sure for weekly winners that I'm actually like pretty plus EV.
Yeah.
But you could play for so long and just never realize your edge. And, all it takes is like one random lineup. And so many people put in lineups that like the odds of a bad player winning are actually quite high.
Yeah. And the odds of a good player losing are even much higher. So like,
I mean, that's like basically a guarantee, like to be honest, like like even when you, especially when you think about like the pods and stuff, it's like, even when you consider those outcomes, like I've run numbers every year trying to look at like, how likely is it that this person actually won? Like given the player level outcomes. So like if we knew 15, 16, and 17, just purely based on like randomness of pods, like how likely is it that that person won? Like most of the time the top team has like a pretty considerable chance just because like they were a juggernaut, but like there have been years where the player that wins actually had like an extremely low % chance of winning. And they just got lucky with the pods, the way that they broke down.
Yeah. Huh. So they just got lucky to get there based on their pods.
Yeah. Or maybe they were not super lucky to get there as much as they were lucky that these other players did not get there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That makes sense too. Yeah.
Because like, if you're one of the few people with Jamar Chase in the finals or with Alvin Kamara, or I don't know who these other people are that went off.
Mike
then,
Evans,
like,
who I think
yeah,
that was
like,
the Crane one though, and he didn't have him. I think.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
believe.
Like, if you just
All right.
if you get a few more people with that in there,
Do we
so
think we
I'd
want?
take Sanders, right?
Yeah, that was my lean.
Okay, yeah, and then if you're into Coker, I think that's fine.
I'd be fine with Coker. Yeah, add on to the stack.
I think that's reasonable. Honestly, I kind of forgot he existed, but I think that's a fine pick.
Man, not taking Jalen Coker. I mean, what are you doing?
I don't normally take wide receivers at this point.
I don't actually
is like
either.
the main
very rarely
is like the
do.
main thing. It's just like I'm taking so many tight ends here. But yeah, also like back to Chris's thing, like I actually kind of think like 4 tight end is like pretty viable in weekly
Coker
winners.
went.
Oh, okay. I would take another receiver. I don't know.
Devon Vele is sort of interesting. Probably the wide receiver too, or Troy Franklin. I don't hate that either.
I prefer Vele out of those two, but I don't.
Savion Williams. All right, I'll think about Vele. Is that who we want?
Sure.
Seems like a fine pick.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay. Nice. Good team. So, sorry, go back to what was Chris saying?
Well, just Chris wrote out that he had a 3-4-7-4, and like that's a really weird structure. Like, like I'm not going to draft like a BBM that's a 3-4-7-4 probably,
sure.
But like just given the way that some of these drafts starts and like the way that they go differently, I think that like playing into some of these like really niche and strange builds is actually a lot more viable, is like my read on it, because you're probably not getting a very meaningful score from your last like 4 round picks. You might, but you're probably not. I think it's fine to just say like, hopefully my first 14 rounds work out 3 positions. Let me just like throw tight ends at the wall and hopefully like one of these guys works out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good. I have no idea, but I think it's okay.
Yeah. Oh, D. Lutom's got a unique team here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think like I've always been pro just like doing weird types of structures in weekly winners, which is not like the most important thing, but like I just think you can, like it's just like
no, exactly. You don't have to worry about. I think like you can, and like you kind of should push it a bit, but at the same time, like my thing with the 1 quarterbacks is I think like sometimes like people go a little bit too far, where it's like you still want to have like some level of like optionality, and like you don't want to, if you're purely looking at like the number of teams that like you're able to make or something, it might be comparable, but like if you're drafting like 4 wide receivers to like end off your team with like a 10 wide receiver team or something, like some of the lineups you're counting are like just not real lineups. Like you're never going to start like all 3 of the receivers you drafted at the end and like one of them in the flex too. It's like, you can look at stuff for like how many possible lineups are there, but like I think those numbers can be a bit deceiving at times depending on the way that it breaks down.
Yeah,
but there's also,
to be clear, I think you're definitely right. Like I'm not disagreeing. Like that was my initial thought, was like 1 quarterback.
Oh no,
and I understand
totally.
It,
I'm with you. I also like, I think we saw at times, I watched some of the original streams of people doing that stuff, and it's like they're seeing like, oh, but like I already got like Kyler at pick like 60 that year or something. Like I'm not taking Dak even though he's 30 picks after ADP stacked. And I'm like, well, you probably should. Like,
yeah. I think it was also like, so the first year I was doing, I guess I couldn't envision a player going in like the 15th round, like a quarterback there who would put up like spike weeks that I wanted that were going to like outscore my Lamar Jackson. And then like last year was like, they're like every year now, I'm like, now that I've been playing more, it's like there are these late round quarterbacks every year that like put up these huge scores, like Baker Mayfield, and it's I'm trying to think of some Baker Mayfield. Who's the other? I mean, there are plenty. There are plenty
Bo
of
Nix.
Bo Nix, yeah, was a great late round pick last year. Drake May, just there are so many
Sam
every
Howell
year.
A couple of years ago.
And even if it's just like a couple times per year, like that can be really impactful. And then like,
I mean, that's the whole thing, is like you obviously, like when you say like, oh, you don't need it to work out once, it's like, yeah, well, like you need the rest of your team to work out at the same time. So like, hopefully that coincides, but that is the whole thing of like, it kind of doesn't matter. Like your team can suck the rest of the year, but like as if you pick a player in the 18th round who provides like one really good week, like that is kind of an awesome pick in weekly winners.
Right. Yeah. And it's also like, if your quarterback gets hurt, you take one quarterback and then like the rest of your team crushes, like it's going to be painful to not have a quarterback for the rest of the season, which, again, it's weekly winners. You don't care as much as regular best ball, but yeah, I've definitely come around to the multiple quarterbacks being the ideal way to play. I think it was also partially just like, it's easier to conceive of like what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I mean,
one single quarterback, and like, this is my stack, and then I'm building around that for these weeks.
Totally. And like, I think it's also like, it's really interesting just because like, I feel like there's a lot more to like think about in these ways, where it's like, if I do like a Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown team or something, like maybe then like I do want to just do like one quarterback, because I think like I need my first round pick or like second round pick to hit.
Right.
It worked more last year when like AJ Brown was in the first round. So like if you had taken like, first round wide receiver, and then you take like a third round quarterback or fourth round quarterback, maybe like you think that you're relying so much on your first round pick, because like you kind of are, like you really do need them to have at least a serviceable week.
Right.
That like maybe in those situations it does kind of make sense to go with like a one quarterback build, or at least like some one quarterback builds. Like I think that's fine. And it's just
because
like,
if they get hurt, like
there's
you're already
a lot of
way
like
behind
context and things to like talk about this, and like the way that your team meshes together, as well as the capital that you're putting into it. So like that's why I just think it's it's interesting and a lot different than sort of the same like best ball stuff, where I'm also like, I'm less worried about who's the best bet over like the course of the season. Kind of like, you kind of have to worry about like your combinatorics in those ways, where like, like I might think that like you're a way better bet over the course of a season, but like I only need this to work out once, and like I already have you stacked. I already have like the AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts stack with a Juwan Johnson. Like I'd rather mix in the Rome this time or something different to like get a slightly different texture to the team.
Yeah. So the first example that I had of it was, and this is kind of what brought me to this conclusion, was like there was a draft where I got the first overall pick, and it was a slow draft, so I had time to think about it. And I thought for a while about my first overall pick, and I was like, I could just do Justin Jefferson like everybody does that year. And then I was like, so that year it was Amon-Ra St. Brown was like the 12th pick, and at the 2-3 turn right after the 2-3 turn was Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews, and they played each other. The Lions played the Ravens in like week 8 or something that year. And I was like, if I take Amon-Ra with the first overall pick and then take Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews, I might be the only person out of 200,000 people with this stack, like assuming that nobody else is doing this. So that was like, and then I was like, that seems really powerful, even like for the other weeks. So that was kind of how I like.
Yeah, no, I think
came to the combinatorics as
like totally doing those like weird things where it's like doing this in a normal draft. I think it like would just be bad. Like it's just bad.
Yeah.
But like because of the way that like these things fit together, like there's actually viability to like doing a lot of different, interesting, and like kind of more like fun ways to mix it up, where like you're not doing the same thing a lot. I'm sorry, I did laugh a little bit at Bobby's comment in chat.
This one?
Yeah, that he ran and just has no interest in doing that again. After.
I know, like you lost 200. That doesn't seem that bad.
No, that's like not bad at all.
You put in 800, got back 600. Like that's
like trust me, wrong. I've looked at some of the ROIs that people have. Like that's actually quite good. Yeah. Minus 25% would be like a pretty high end ROI on this stuff.
Yeah, that's
but
good.
Yeah, I mean,
there are a lot of ways to do it, I guess, is the takeaway.
No, definitely. And like, it depends on like so much on how you come down on a lot of these debates and stuff, where the way that people think about elite tight end and things like that, and elite quarterback, like it plays into all of this, where it allows you to kind of make like play into those more extreme stands a lot higher, where it's like in other formats, like it's just not as possible for you to like lean in like as heavily to it and say like, elite tight end like is that big of an edge, and you don't even need to think about taking a second one.
Yeah, it's funny. FK Cooler says you crushed the medium outcome, only losing $200. Probably not the best ad read for Underdog. That's funny, but also accurate. All right, so let's read off our team. So I find weekly winners really interesting.
I love to talk weekly winners. But yeah.
But we'll get back to reading off the team. So we ended up with CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, and Daniel Jones at quarterback, Christian McCaffrey, Kenneth Walker, Aaron Jones, Tyrone Tracy, J.K. Dobbins at running back, wide receivers Nico Collins, Ted McMillan, Travis Hunter, Romo Dunze, Josh Downs, Trey Harris, Devon Vele, tight end Dallas Goedert, Dalton Schultz, and Jatavion Sanders. So it's a 3-5-7-3 where we took pretty early Christian McCaffrey, Kenneth Walker, Aaron Jones. I think it's a good team. This is 3 stacked up quarterbacks, structurally sound. What are your thoughts on this team?
Yeah, I think it's hopefully it just works out with the quarterback for the most part. But if Daniel Jones is able to start, I particularly like him in weekly winners because I don't necessarily care as much if he's starting in week 16 or 17.
Right.
But I do think same thing as last year. I think that he does provide a meaningful amount of upside because he uses his legs a lot and they have good weapons. So I can buy into that more. I wasn't necessarily sold on all of the New York weapons being good. I did like Neighbors, but obviously that's just one compared to the plethora that are available to him in Indy. And they have a lot better O-line and just situation. So, I think it's interesting. I also think that Stroud, I also remember talking about a lot on your stream last year, just thought he was a horrific pick.
Yeah. Well, he was going 5th round last year? Maybe
for a while.
Later.
For a while he was going in the 5th round because I retweeted one of my tweets last year. I don't tweet a ton about player takes for the most part, but I did tweet about Stroud being pretty much the same bet as Trevor Lawrence, and they went 70 picks apart.
I saw that.
And then you look at it this year and they go 1 pick apart, which I just thought was kind of funny. But
that is hilarious.
I think they're both good picks at this point because you at least with Lawrence you can tell yourself about some of the upside from certain more just prospect, but also a bit of some of his play. But he obviously has to put it together in longer stretches. And then Stroud, you saw some of the upside in a few of his games year one, got way overrated, in my opinion, going into last year. But I think with the new offensive coordinator as well, you can convince yourself that maybe they do pass more. And really, if it works out, having Nico around for the full year, they brought in a number of other weapons as well. So I think these are really interesting situations to attack. And, the same sort of goes for Young, where no one thought anything of him going into last year. I probably took him nearly 0 times.
Yeah.
And looked super smart after the first few weeks, but a car accident later, and he actually gets back in there and turns out to, have some upside and be pretty decent because he ran a lot after he got back, which makes him somewhat interesting from a floor perspective. So I think we have some built-in floor at quarterback, even though it's still probably our weakest spot. And then we really need our early receivers to be able to hold up.
Yeah, these rookies, we're counting on them being full season producers, but again, I think these are good bets too. Trey Harris, he might be one that maybe he'll have to earn the role a little bit, but
honestly, I don't know enough about Trey Harris to have a very informed opinion. For me, he's probably a guy that I'm just all right, I don't love any of the other players at this point, and the receiver seems good. I don't want to have none of this guy at the moment, but yeah.
No, it seems. I think it's a pretty strong team. But we've gone over 4 hours now. We've gone over 4 hours in the stream, so made it to the long end. So I appreciate, Neil, you give me this much of your time. But where are people going to be able to find you and any of your tweet threads going forward?
Yeah, very true. Whenever I tweet, it almost always a thread. So you can find me over on Twitter, at Feel Gnarly, just my name with the first letters reversed. But yeah, I think I have a couple things that I'll at least come out with that are maybe somewhat interesting soon. And then I don't know, I would kind of like to engage people more on weekly winners, but it's a little tough in my mind because I feel no one talks about it that much. So I'll
engage with you. I'll talk weekly winners with you anytime.
Like I need some people to get in on weekly winners. I need them to do like another contest for it for multiple reasons. This one's going to fill pretty quickly. Second of all, I want to be able to put in more money because I actually think I have an edge in this one. The other ones I think I do, but like I'm never going to realize it. This one I think I might actually realize. Like
I've talked about this with Sacrilegious. Yeah,
some of the teams you see are so bad, like unbelievably bad. And like that's the biggest reason I can convince myself I have an edge, because like I might not be right on some of the stuff I've said. I might change my mind once I look at more data, but like I am positive some of the teams that I'm drafting against are just completely dead. Like could they like cash? Could they win? Like sure, technically, but like, you know, when you're drafting like 3 quarterbacks through 7 rounds or something, it's like, no, like that's a bad weekly winners team. Like that is a bad weekly winners team.
Yeah. It's totally unstacked teams. Actually, I've seen totally unstacked teams win in weekly winners, but it's still just like, I don't.
What did you what did you talk about with Sack? Just wanting a higher stakes one, or?
Oh yeah, just that he's like, I would love weekly winners if they just shrunk the field and really higher buy-in, smaller field. And I'm like, yeah, I'd be totally in for that. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see that. At the same time, I do worry, like if that comes out, then I'm maybe just like gonna ape in on it and convince myself I still have the same edge, but like more people are interested and less of the terrible people are interested in paying more money. That is always the concern. My edge might diminish significantly.
Yeah, it's still probably there, but
I mean, I don't know. We'll see, but I think it's fairly likely we get, you know, some interesting contests that are at least like somewhat similar, and we'll see how they go. But yeah, I do love weekly winners. It's going to be the first. That'll be the first like real 150 best ball contest that I'll ever have maxed.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have to get in some more of those this year, if nothing else, so that I can talk about it with you intelligently, knowing the landscape.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like how intelligent are either of us on the topic?
Good point.
Like, you just got to. It's a lot of intuition. It's a lot of intuition.
It is. You're at least looking at the data, so there's value in that. All right, go check out Neil at Feel Gnarly. If you've not liked the video and subscribed to the channel, please do like and subscribe. That helps me out quite a bit. Again, I did put out a video behind the paywall on the Eliminator contest. I think I've got some unique thoughts that I've not really heard discussed elsewhere in terms of the Eliminator. So if you're playing that contest, check out that video. It's $5 a month to subscribe to the Flannelverse. That's all I got. That's all I've got for today. Thank you very much to Neil, and I should be back next Wednesday night with another stream. Probably put out some content here between now and then, but we'll see. Thanks, guys. Catch you later.